Members, at the break, we were still in debate, and Marco City is slated to take the floor. I presume that we are now ready. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to have this opportunity once again to stand in this place to lend my voice to the chorus of voices from Marco City, and by extension, Bahamians who are challenged, but not just those that are challenged, but those who are seizing opportunities available in this incredible country. I thank God for life and an opportunity to contribute as a public servant to the further development of our country. Madam Speaker, I've been consistent in my public service in making similar points for more than 3 decades. One of those points, Madam Speaker, is that no group of Bahamians have a monopoly on loving the Bahamian people and being concerned about a particular demographic. Those that represent that view must know that it is a dishonest point of view. And any blueprint is just that, a blueprint. It is not the blueprint. And this nation-building exercise that we engage in requires contributions from various stakeholders across the political divide: civil society, the private sector, faith-based organizations, and the like. I've been consistent, Madam Speaker, in making the point that we all have an obligation to find common ground on those matters that transcend our political labels. When non-communicable diseases are impacting our people, none of them check to see which political organization, Jankunu group, or denomination we belong to. The same thing is true about crime. The same thing is true about persons who find themselves below the poverty line, who we have to spend an inordinate amount of money to create a safety net to rescue them, to assist them until their change comes. So, Madam Speaker, it is most unfortunate that the nature of our politics is such that we are unprepared more often than not to find common ground in order to be of benefit to people who need us. Most of us, Madam Speaker, in this place are able to fend for ourselves fairly consistently. And one of the reasons persons figuratively and sometimes literally hoist us on their shoulders, hold our hands, squeeze a $20 bill in our hands toward a particular cause, is because they believe we represent a hope, that we are being positioned as facilitators to assist them in fulfilling their dreams and aspirations and the dreams and aspirations of their children. And we do them a disservice when we do not seize every opportunity to turn over every stone, to extend the olive branch to others who might help us be more effective in solving the issues. Those persons who put us on their shoulder, who assist us, who go in countless kitchens to bake the pan of macaroni and cheese, who sell the supper tickets, who make the phone call, send the text, in defense of the cause for which we are fighting. Madam Speaker, as tempted as I am, I will not retreat from that position, that while I am proud to represent the party I've committed many years to, that wherever there's an opportunity to cross the divide in order to find common ground, to help those that are vulnerable, to unlock opportunities, I am prepared unashamedly to do so. The challenge that we have, Madam Speaker, and by way of you to citizens throughout the Bahamas, is when policymakers retreat to their separate corners and draw a line in the sand, not being prepared to come together on important life and death issues. The thousands of persons who support us, they themselves become tone deaf to the other side because of their admiration and support for their team. And when they become tone deaf, even warnings, admonitions, or encouragement from the other side is of no consequence to them, and they are often victimized and hurt by it. So, Madam Speaker, this business of demonizing, this business of calling others absolutely evil in this place, it's not only a bad idea, it is a non-start, it's non-productive to this nation-building exercise. Madam Speaker, this budget is extremely important in determining the future direction of our nation, which sits at the crossroads where we collectively must engage in sober, honest conversation about both the challenges and the opportunities that are ahead, and to look at ways how we can construct a strategic plan to transform our country as we work in concert with all of our stakeholders. Madam Speaker, we have tinkered around the edges in much of the discussion here. The truth is there is a need for structural adjustments, a serious and focused effort at diversifying our economy and reforming the public service, not just processes and the procedures, but also the culture and the administration of it. The truth is we've come a long way since independence, and even further since majority rule. The fortunes of many of our citizens have improved dramatically over the last 5 decades. We have constructed an economy that provides us with a standard of living and income per capita that places us roughly third behind Canada, the United States. An increasing number of our citizens, Madam Speaker, have become owners of this economy and now either own land or buildings that their foreparents could only dream about. Some parents have lived long enough to see the fruits of their 6th grade education, my mother, Sister Laura Benson, manifested in their children, like many of the men and women in this chamber. The children who have gone on to get associates, bachelor's, master's degrees, or other professional designations in technical and vocational areas, either locally or from universities around the world. And wherever we have gone, we've demonstrated that we are as smart as anyone else, anywhere else in the world. Madam Speaker, our athletes in multiple disciplines have demonstrated that we are as gifted as anyone, anywhere else in the world. They have won global medals in track and field, swimming pools, on cycles. Some of our sons and daughters who hail from these islands, Keys, Rocks, show brilliance in baseball. Go out and vote for Jazz Chisholm to be in the All-Star. Football, on the softball field, judo mats, sailboats in beautiful Elizabeth Harbor, or the foreshore of Montague, or New Bycat Island. We've graced Wimbledon, courts and displayed Bahamian exceptionalism. We are not just good boxers. In all respects, we have been punching well above our weight class at world forums and in corporate boardrooms, sharing our intellectual might or fighting for causes bigger than our political or racial tribes. So Lyndon demonstrated that, Madam Speaker, and he was followed by other Bahamians, while a student at Tuskegee University had the opportunity to testify at the United Nations calling for the end of apartheid. Madam Speaker, to channel Marion Bethel, whenever we doubt who we are, we just need to behold all that we have and will continue to accomplish. And she puts it this way, this we now. Survivors of the Middle Passage, offspring of the collision between Europe and Africa, living now in this hurricane alley in these shallow seas. Our artists and artisans in various genres continue to excite the sense and sensibility of the world as we share our unique vision and our unique creativity and creations to the world. I would say Saxons in your belly, but two to the world.
You were doing good, Evie. You were doing good.
We have so much to be proud of, so much to be appreciative for. However, as we debate this budget, we have much that we must address, and we must address it with a sense of urgency, fueled by a commitment to country that is stronger than our labels. Madam Speaker, I listen with some degree of dismay as I listen to colleagues who I admire greatly doing the traditional politics by making the point that members opposite, that somehow those of us who sat in cabinet just found our voices. I'll come to that in a moment, Madam Speaker. And so when I talk about a sense of urgency, Madam Speaker, while sitting in the cabinet of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, serving as a minister in our last administration, I sat right over there and stood on my feet and made this point, that any debate about whether or not we should have confidence in our administration and our leader was a non-starter for me. That wasn't a debate I was particularly concerned about. I was more concerned about us being better than our present selves and living up to our potential. And I then warned that we must make sure we have a greater sense of urgency and guard against arrogance that have toppled past administration and had the potential to topple ours. Madam Speaker, I commend that to this administration, particularly those that are new, because seasons change and they change fairly quickly. We must have a sense of urgency fueled by a commitment to country that is stronger than our partisan labels. We must make structural adjustments in our economy, inclusive of diversifying our economy by creating new sustainable streams of revenue and reducing our over-reliance on foreign imports of food and other goods and services that we consume routinely. Madam Speaker, we must create a more unjust and equitable tax system, both corporately and for the average citizen. And that is why we urge this government in this budget, they ought to have addressed the development of the white paper and outlined the schedule for discussing with this public what their plans are about a more robust regime around generating revenue and what is their vision for the future in terms of removing the regressive VAT tax. What are the plans that they have? Thirdly, Madam Speaker, we must, as a priority, discontinue just talking about crime as some nebulous, vague concept, but we must, as a priority, groom and socialize our people in a holistic manner that helps us to manage anger better, cope with personal and family shame better, overcome lack and poverty better, value each other better, cope with relationship challenges better, so that crime in general, violent crime in particular, and even more specifically, domestic violence in particular, discontinue eating away at, and in some cases, destroying the gains we are making in other areas in this country. It's amazing. We dedicate a tremendous amount of time to attract, as under Dionisio de Aguilar, some 7 million tourists to our shores. And one violent act has the potential to unravel a sterling reputation and negatively impact bookings for the next quarter and the quarter after. We must find a way to fight more effectively and in a coordinated way on the preventative side. And what we do on the preventative side must be even more significant than the fight in detection, in intervention, in the punitive or the correction side. Madam Speaker, fourthly, our ultimate fortune as a country is dependent on our ability to educate our children and build the overall capacity of our people for wholesome, well-rounded living, but also to compete in this global village. Politicians often have a bad habit of convincing people that once you are attached to them, you Gucci. Sorry, you're good. When the reality is that if we don't build capacity of our people, they will not be competitive. They will not have the quality of life that they need. And when we are unavailable, as some politicians often are not available, then they find them, the residents find themselves wanting. And so, Madam Speaker, today we ask this government to, certainly the Prime Minister has an opportunity left in his wrap-up to talk about that comprehensive plan that will help us as a country slow the bloodshed in our streets, slow the bloodshed in our schools and in our homes. And while we know it is not his and his administration's responsibility alone, that it is a shared responsibility, we are expecting leadership, true bipartisan leadership. To date, that is not a fact. So, Madam Speaker, I use the analogy of a hurricane. Before a hurricane comes, when there's even a tropical storm warning, there are clear preparatory steps that are taken by countries. People go and get supplies, they batten up their houses, we put out public service announcement, and we do a host of things as the member for Pinewood is presently doing. And Madam Speaker, when a hurricane hits, there are certain actions that we take and certain things we ought to be doing in the aftermath of the hurricane. Well, we are having as a country a hurricane of violence, a clear uptick in violence in the country. And what I do not see is proper preparation by this administration. The leadership is sorely lacking. People do not get a sense that we have a sense of urgency, that we feel the pain. And oftentimes, even when persons show up on the scene, meeting grieving families, it appears that we are doing the obligatory things, the things we are obligated to do as policymakers, rather than our hearts still crying out for a country that is bleeding. Madam Speaker, we must facilitate the empowerment of Bahamians to own a piece of our patrimony. This land belongs to us, and we ought to be the primary beneficiaries of the resources of this country. Madam Speaker, if we are not careful, if we are not vigilant, we run the risk of losing much of what our foreparents have fought for. In the process, Madam Speaker, we must clearly define and regulate how we may benefit from other nationalities who we invite into this country. However, we must invite them in on our terms, and they must engage, whether blue collar or white collar, whether they have average income or they are filthy rich. When they come to the Bahamas, we must always maintain our pride and right of place and determine how we engage with them. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, what is often equally dangerous is xenophobia. We must have a real conversation with the population. Grand Bahama, a part of the success of the future Grand Bahama, is also dependent on building the critical mass of people in Grand Bahama. We can fund, as we did under the Free National Movement, many micro and small business enterprises. But if there isn't the critical mass in order to help these business find clientele in order to sell their goods and services, we would have made one step forward only to possibly experience 2 steps backwards. And so we must invite Bahamians and others, but on our terms, to become a part of the nation-building exercise. Madam Speaker, ours is a mission to build a society where our citizens and residents enjoy a quality of life that's a model, that's envied by others. We are in large measure, as policymakers, Madam Speaker, elected to help facilitate our people's dreams and aspirations. a newly elected government ought not be releasing people who've been duly hired, submitted all the requisite applications, not signing in and going out to do politics, but staying on a job and delivering in departments where they are needed. And yet, we talk about a new day for them, but their new day is rank with unemployment because they have been released. And we continue to hear the tired argument of who has done it before. Madam Speaker, the reality, whoever has done it before, it was wrong then and it is wrong now. Many persons who have signed contracts, whether they work in a ministry or they have a contract providing a service, have been summarily dismissed. Some folks mortgaged their house to buy a piece of equipment and went through a process to obtain a contract in a transparent way, only to be released. Madam Speaker, as a country, we have to make some radical adjustments in this political paradigm. We have an opportunity to behave and do better and differently. There are persons who have worked hard, who today have not been paid in a number of ministries, while persons who are powerful, who are moneyed, degreed, who have name-face recognition and political access are getting settlements. In some cases, these settlements, the terms we are told, are not being discussed with the public. And only pressure caused the release of some of that information. Madam Speaker, we can and must do better, be different. Generally, Madam Speaker, we need to build a country that's based on meritocracy, where talent and skill set open doors and create opportunities, where political allegiances are secondary and should not be the chief determinant on whether or not you could get in or move up. The collective genius of our people can help us soar, Madam Speaker, but we must value all of our people. And this government, while in opposition, promised to govern for all Bahamians. But unfortunately, some have come in with a different agenda, and failure to put in place mechanisms or lack of confidence that they will be able to manage the sustained growth of the economy means that they are not creating opportunities based on growth and development, but oftentimes creating opportunities for supporters by releasing others who have been in place. We can be better and do better. Madam Speaker, I would love to see us work together to create the kind of society where on the various indexes around the world, we are seen as a shining example, whether it's Transparency International, whether in the area of governance, it's the World Governance Indicators, or in quality of life, the Global Passport Index, or whether it's a Bloomberg Healthiest Countries Index, or the World Health Organization holding us up as an exemplary nation in terms of how we are taking care of our people. Madam Speaker, we are stronger together, and embracing our diversity and leveraging our varying strengths will augur well for our country. Madam Speaker, wouldn't it be a wonderful thing if this Davis-Cooper administration would ensure that in all of the heads of agreement that we sign, because we've signed many as a country, and under both administrations, Madam Speaker, we often put it in place, but in the absence of a monitoring agency, we are not enforcing the terms of the heads of agreement. So we have an opportunity. We have an opportunity because of what we did in agriculture. 40% of all food that is to be consumed or sold through hotels, through restaurants, through food stores, must come from local Bahamian producers. Having it as a policy is one thing. Having a monitoring unit that follows through is another, Madam Speaker. The same thing is true in light manufacturing. So there's a wonderful opportunity for agriculture and BAIC and all of the relevant agencies to work in tandem with each other, the ministry with responsibility for economic development, to insist upon foreign direct investment, which we absolutely need, for those persons to buy as much as possible locally. $1 billion worth of food that we import every year. 650 million of it, fresh fruits, vegetables, proteins, etc. 400 million or so processed foods. Madam Speaker, one of the serious discussions we need to have as a country is that we can make the private sector the employer of choice, rather than young people growing up often believing that they must get a government job to have stability and to sustain their families. Madam Speaker, where economic growth and increased demand is not creating space for many of the persons coming out of school, we have to rethink the strategies that we are using. Madam Speaker, this ought to be a rules-based society. A society when investors reach out to us, they expect a checklist of items they need to submit, actions they need to take in order to ensure that their project comes to a start in a timely fashion. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, as a country, we have not done well in this regard, and money has fled this jurisdiction. My concern under this New Day government is that failure to comply with some of the basic laws in our country is sending the wrong message, both domestically and internationally. Madam Speaker, I would come very specifically to examples of how we are squandering wonderful opportunities. But first, let me deal with the lack of candor and truthfulness about some things. First, Madam Speaker, in the budget 2021 and 2022, you would see that the former administration had projected that the debt to GDP ratio would decline to 87% debt to GDP. This point was clearly outlined, and no doubt you would have a copy of it. So we found it rather puzzling why this administration, knowing that the same technical staff would have inserted it in your speech, to lay claim to the fall in GDP from a little over 100 down to 87 as being a result of the work done by this New Day government. We predicted it. So, Madam Speaker, I wish to correct the record and any suggestion by the Prime Minister that his administration is responsible for the decline in the debt to GDP ratio from near 100% debt to GDP back down to 87%. Madam Speaker, it is documented. So you can go, if you are interested in extra reading, and look at the fiscal summary presented in the budget for the year 2021-2022. And if you don't have a copy, we would be more than happy to provide it. Madam Speaker, let me again thank the New Day government, the Prime Minister and his deputy and his members for continuity in government in this regard. For the truth of the matter is they have found policies that initially criticized, the vast majority of them, particularly in the area of finance, they have maintained. Madam Speaker, the government has often talked about public-private partnerships and how important it is to this administration. And one of the reasons they often talk about public-private partnership is because they know that in this budget, there isn't sufficient resources to accomplish the promises that they have made. So one of the things that is often talked about is that we will engage in public-private partnership to meet this need and that need. To date, we have not seen the government's public-private partnership policy. And we invite the New Day government to lay that public-private partnership agreement on the table. We'll talk about a few of the initiatives they're presently engaged in and to find out exactly how was that executed. Madam Speaker, the former administration not only talked about public-private partnership policy, but one was written. And I'm certain it's on file. So, Madam Speaker, we'd be more than happy to lay that. And so, Madam Speaker, it can't be that public-private partnership becomes a term that is a catch-all. Anything that we are doing with anyone falls within that category. There ought to be some transparent rules that this government face to keep us out of problems. Madam Speaker, we have asked this administration in multiple ways to share with the public the various contracts that it has signed since coming to government. We've asked in the House, we were ignored. In fact, the member for Cat Island, Rumkins in Salvador, said on his feet he has no intention of complying. So did the financial secretary and the minister that sits in the Senate as well, who deal with financial matters. Madam Speaker, this government does not have the luxury or the right to simply not obey the law, particularly given their pension, their veracity with which they are seeking to hold, as they should, the former administration accountable. Saying that they intend to change the law is not an excuse for not complying with the law. It is a demonstration of arrogance, and more importantly, it reveals their willingness to call others to live by one set of rules while they continue to live by another set of rules. This government ought to lead by example. The member for Exuma and Ragged Island was consistent, to his credit, in calling for the Free National Movement when he was in opposition to be consistent in following the recommendations made by the IMF and live up to our commitment to provide information on COVID spending. Surely, the member for Exuma and Ragged Island is cringing internally that he now sits in government and the very thing that he fought for, his party, his government is in violation of. And I know if he was in charge, he would seek to do something differently.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
The member for Marcos City asserted that the member for Exuma, whilst in opposition, called on the then administration to follow the recommendations of the IMF. That doesn't sound like something the member from Exuma would do, Madam Speaker. I had significant concerns about the coziness of that administration with the IMF. I called for good governance. I called for following the terms of the Fiscal Responsibility Act, and that's probably what the good member recalls. But, Madam Speaker, I just want the record to be accurate.
Thank you, honourable member.
Madam Speaker, I seem to remember that the member called fairly consistently for an accounting on COVID spending. And I seem to remember also that he talked. Let me just complete it. Yep. Yes. Yeah. But which agency was he in contact with, and we made a commitment to? No. So, Madam Speaker, the point I was making simply is that the member for Exuma and Ragged Island called on the government to follow any commitments we made, inclusive of the law. And speaking of Fiscal Responsibility Act, let me just move quickly with respect to that. This administration, Madam Speaker, was obligated by law to lay the fiscal strategy report in the House and refused to do so, and had a senior public servant tell the rest of us who are elected that we're not going to waste time with bringing that to the House for discussion, though the law required it. That same report committed this administration to signaling what they intend to do, what measures they're going to put in place in terms of creating greater fiscal space so that we're not spending much of what we earn on servicing debt. It committed this administration to come up with a strategy on how we're going to grow the economy, how we're going to address critical issues, what their strategies are around diversification and a whole range of issues. This administration has come in, changed the projected numbers inclusive of what deficit we are going to be operating at under their first budget. All changes that they consider, Madam Speaker, it is required by law for them to come to this place and let's have a discussion about, help us understand what incredible, amazing things have happened to dislodge you from the document that mandates you in your budget to follow the fiscal strategy report. As I said before, there is one rule as it relates to complying with the law for the Progressive Liberal Party's government, and there's a rule for everybody else. They ought to comply with the law. So every financial document they can identify, that's just a second one that I'm talking about, they seem to have a problem complying with it. Madam Speaker, the member for Freetown, as we talked about the request we have made for this government to follow the Procurement Act, I thought he laid out a very logical, coherent case that we ought to pursue getting that information through the Freedom of Information Act. Madam Speaker, I remind the country, in this House we requested that the Prime Minister and all of his ministers who are in charge of agencies publish, as they are required by law, to publish all of the contracts that they have issued. I think it is all of those that are exceeding some $25,000. Madam Speaker, we also wrote the Prime Minister, and I can table that letter. I brought it for you, Madam Speaker, and for members of the House. And again, we got no response. We have, through the Shadow Minister for Finance, through the Public Accounts Committee, made a request of all the various government agencies. So that process has started. And again, given the track record, we are not optimistic about their willingness to comply. This is not an administration that's big on complying. It's big on pursuing others to comply, and no doubt finding legal remedies if they do not comply, but they themselves are unwilling to comply. And so, Madam Speaker, we looked at the Freedom of Information Act and discovered that the provisions in it that would compel a government, if the government was willing to be lawful, to provide the information on who all they are giving contracts to. What is it that's being hidden by this administration, where they're spending possibly hundreds of millions of dollars? Why would they not reveal who are receiving the contracts? What are the terms of the contract? How long the contracts are going to run for? We can't get the information. But the Freedom of Information Act, which is another avenue through which we're trying to get the information, is not enforced at the moment. So those provisions, member for Freetown, we are unable to get the information through that means. But the interesting thing, Madam Speaker, is this administration indicated that it will put in place a pilot project, and they identified all of the ministries that the pilot project will affect in terms of the implementation of the Freedom of Information. Come November, 1 year would have passed since this administration made that announcement, and to date, we have no update on the status of Freedom of Information. And so, Madam Speaker, I think I've identified now about 4 pieces of legislation, 3 of which this government is in violation of. The same administration that continues to talk about the lack of transparency and accountability in the former administration. And to the extent that you do so, you have our support. We want every government, including ours, to be compliant. And when persons are in violation of the law, we support them as members of the family, but we are not going to support any wrongdoing. So we are also asking you to live up to that and stop breaking the law as it relates to the Procurement Act, the Fiscal Strategy Act, the Debt Management Act. All of these, this administration is in violation of. Madam Speaker, and they are unrepentant. We asked during the discussion of Pinecrest, can you lay some critical documents on the table? Madam Speaker, under the leadership of this Free National movement, we believe that it's important to have turnkey operations. So building homes, as you are doing, is important. We applaud that. We believe it's also important to sell land. What we also believe, though, is that government has to lead by example. So not having an environmental impact study done or hydrology study or complying with town planning and subdivisions. All of these are worrisome developments because many private businesses and developers, their businesses have been stalled by successive administrations because of the slow pace of this machinery. But yet, the government itself is unwilling to lead by example by allaying any concerns and fears that homeowners will have a problem down the road by laying the required document. And so this administration is willing to just bully its way through by not complying with the law. And that is something, Madam Speaker, this public is taking notes. Madam Speaker, one of the major concerns that we have is that it is easy to put things in a blueprint for change. One of the things this administration said that they fully intended to lead in terms of transparency and accountability in government. I've just laid out, Madam Speaker, at least now 4 pieces of legislation where that is not the case. Madam Speaker, we were berated yesterday by members who we have tremendous admiration for, saying that the things we are talking about now, they never heard. We just found our voice. I want to lay a couple of documents for you, Madam Speaker, because some of the same persons who are talking, they've been in the House a long time. And while they were in the House, Madam Speaker, their administration had significant problems that resulted in them the administration being kicked out of government. But we were politically mature. And if it's problematic because I broadened it, let me be specific. I was quite politically mature with them. I didn't say to them, where was your voice? I didn't hear you on that particular issue that landed y'all in trouble. Or that issue, or that issue. They may have had the discussion in cabinet, Madam Speaker, but in this place, where we observe them, or out there on the road, crickets. Didn't hear their voice. We didn't hear the fire. We didn't see the passion. We could then say they must have been complicit in all of those actions. I don't know. But Madam Speaker, while I was a member of cabinet, and I will table a couple of articles for you, on the Speaker, your predecessor, I said, on matters where he went entirely too far. I was prepared to say it, not just here, out there, Madam Speaker. So this misrepresentation of who we are, or as if we have ever been scared, we don't pat and powder and we don't duck and dodge. We found our voice decades ago and still have it. Madam Speaker, on the pay raise, when we were considering whether or not to raise the salary of members of Parliament, one of the points that was made outside of this place, on the road, was that we did not intend to move on that until such time as we had addressed the more fundamental issues affecting the Bahamian people. That was a greater priority than what was being considered, which is justifiable. Members of Parliament not making anything of any significance, right? However, the statement was made. And so I'll table it for those who wish to read it. On the record, having said it, I had a voice then, still have a voice now, carried in the dailies. In the aftermath of Dorian, one of the things that, points that were made, sitting right there, is that we needed to have a sense of urgency, a greater sense of urgency, Madam Speaker, and that we ought to guard against, as an administration, of arrogance, because it had toppled administrations before. That's why the member for West End and the member for Carmichael had left us for a period of time. He was a part of an administration that was afflicted with those conditions. And so God has blessed him to come back now. The arrogance. Administrations tend to get infected. And so, Madam Speaker, we are now in opposition. And some say that was a part of our affliction. And already I see the seeds. Probably the Minister of Agriculture has watered them and now they're germinating. The seeds of arrogance. The seeds of arrogance growing. I'm hearing it. growing. No, you get a cultivation, my brother. You get my support. You get my support. So, Madam Speaker, I'll table this. So every time they want to ask where was our voice, the voice has been documented. But even independent of what has been carried, we have never shirked from our responsibility internally or externally to speak truth to power. And that's why we say where there's wrongdoing, we support government action to make sure it's dealt with. But the question is, how good are you doing with your own? We'll come to that in just a minute, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, another example that we are unclear on, and we are hoping that the government would clarify for us. The administration insists that they are following the law. I've identified 4 acts that they're in violation of. There may be another, Madam Speaker. We are wondering that the $20 million that has been identified as a loan to the Ministry of Housing, we wish to understand where in the budget that is booked. And so, Madam Speaker, let me raise just a few questions. In Section 16 of the Debt Management Act, Madam Speaker, it makes the point that the Minister of Finance is the one who expressly signs off and approves loans. The law stipulates that the Minister of Finance is the sole borrowing agency for the government. Further, 16.4 stipulates that all monies borrowed by the government must be paid into the consolidated fund. Have the proceeds from this loan been deposited into the consolidated fund? By virtue of the Housing Act, there are no powers conferred on the ministry or minister as a corporate sole to be able to borrow funds. And even in instances where there are loans that encumber the government as a guarantor, those guarantees would have to be approved by Parliament. So again, we need to see the loan agreements, the terms, and obtain confirmation that in all aspects, the relevant laws and policies have been applied. Now, this may be a non-issue, but we would like to see the documents. We didn't get a chance to see the environmental impact assessment before. We didn't get a chance to see the subdivision, the approvals for subdivision and town planning act. We know for a fact that there was no consultation with the people on Pinecrest. And again, we are happy when Bahamians get home. That's a good thing. But let's follow the law. And so, Madam Speaker, we came to understand from press reports, which we have brought and prepared to table, that in May 2022, the Ministry of Housing entered into this $20 million loan agreement with a company called Simplified Lending and Proven Wealth Management. We do not see in the budget the disbursements for this loan proceeds or any portion related in the annex of the budget. And so we looked on page 37, we may have missed it, so if there's another section, we'll be happy to look at it. We also note that there is only $1.5 million allocated in the capital budget of the Ministry of Transport and Housing, the budget for subdivision. I think that's page 212. Given that this was reported as a loan to the government, we need to know where is it being booked. Also, by law, any expenditure against this loan must be appropriated by Parliament. And so, Madam Speaker, we would greatly appreciate if the relevant documents would be made available to the Bahamian people. We got some documents yesterday, and we're going to come back and deal with that matter by the member for Carmichael. Madam Speaker, did you see the document? You couldn't read it. It was a blurry document. It was redacted. I mean, it's quite an amazing thing. Now, we're not doubting that it may be correct, the content of it, but I didn't know you could lay a document of that quality in the House of Assembly. But we'll definitely come back to that. But what I do know on that particular subject is I think ambassadors are unable to approve and spend funds. And I just have this suspicion, Madam Speaker, that the government is aware of all the details related to that matter. So what may have been useful is for the member for Carmichael to, in fact, reveal what all the details are concerning that. In other words, since an ambassador cannot approve the funds, who did?
Wasn't approved by government.
Who did? No, that doesn't matter, but I'm saying who did. So rather than be cute and cheeky, the question is, who did?
Really want to
Of course we want to know. We support law and order. It's a country of laws. But this drip feeding exercise this administration is absolutely committed to continued yesterday. Drip feeding. Salacious, titillating details, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just before I leave the housing loan, we would like to know, Madam Speaker, back to the procurement law that we know that this government is in violation of, what procedures did the government go through in terms of procuring the resources that they did? Was there competitive bidding? What procedures did this administration follow? We've heard of even companies that are doing audits. How was that executed? We know in the budget, for example, I believe the government has somewhere around $16 million for consultancies. There's an additional $6 million that's in there. Again, we want to understand a bit more about that. We understand that there's a company who, I understand, high caliber persons working for them, the McKinsey Group that's working for the government. And again, they worked for the previous iteration of the Progressive Liberal Party. And at that time, it was not declared. And the public found out later. And this is no aspersion on the company itself or their executives. This is about good governance and the practices of government. The question is, what procedures are they on contract? Is that the case? What services? What is the scope of work? What are the terms of the contract that they are engaged in? That is extremely important. And because there are so many nationalists in the House and on the government side, the question is, were Bahamians given an opportunity to compete for those lucrative contracts? Madam Speaker, all of these are matters where it appears when we ask the question, the government just bullies its way through and refuses to comply with the law. People are watching, Madam Speaker. So we'd like to know, did they follow the Procurement Act? Did they give our people, the Bahamians, an opportunity to compete? Because after all, this administration loves to talk about our patrimony and their commitment and love for the Bahamian people and a desire to wipe every tear from every eye. But hungry mouth got to feed, and if you aren't giving people an opportunity to be competitive in the bidding process, then one has to question the commitment to end the hunger pains. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have an opportunity. We have an opportunity, Madam Speaker, to change the trajectory of BPL. The Prime Minister now, the member for Cat Island, Rumkey and Salvador, have all the pieces in his hands. Imagine that, Madam Speaker. The board you desire, the CEO you desire, who moved from regulator to CEO in 24 hours, I think it was. Now, obviously, that's permissible if there's an agreement on both sides, documented in writing. I'm not insisting that we see it, but it would be nice to see it. The Prime Minister has all the pieces in his hand. So, Madam Speaker, I want to spend at the tail end of my presentation a significant amount of time looking at BPL. It's very important. A part of the drag on economic development in the Bahamas is the cost of energy. And I know this is very important to the Prime Minister. He talked about increasing the mix of renewables in providing energy to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. The Prime Minister has all of the pieces in his hand. So there are no encumbrances. The board you want, the management team that you want, a minister that is completely compliant. Again, Madam Speaker, it's a wonderful opportunity for the Prime. I want to go down there for a minute, Prime Minister, before I come back to energy. So one, because we are concerned about the financial state we're in, clearly this government has determined it's going to make lots of promises and they will borrow in order to fulfill them. That's absolutely clear. And so just before I touch on that, I want to touch on something. I saw a standing ovation. I thought it was for Cat Island man. I was happy for you. Disappointed that they missed the point, but I was happy for you that you were given a standing ovation. Because there were things you talked about, Prime Minister, by way of you that I knew touched the Bahamian people because they felt hopeful. A raise for teachers, A raise for nurses. I mean, I was excited because I believe as a country we have failed nurses who are fleeing in droves. 300 of them we were short of before we demitted office. But Prime Minister, less than 24 hours later, okay, that's too close. A week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks out, the folks who were titillated, who were excited, my understanding is that things ain't going too well with the New Day government and those groups. It's my understanding that some of you may have to be excused at some point today or tomorrow to have a discussion because progress is not being made. The nurses, for example, I believe their position is that they have no industrial agreement. They're still waiting. A number of them are complaining as they complain under us. And I thought in a New Day we would deliver something different about horrible working conditions under which they are laboring. And they said if it's $3,000, $1,500 now and $1,500 if you don't leave later, that's a non-starter. So they're concerned. I'm concerned about a 74-year-old man from Grand Bahama who lost his daughter in August. I believe it was August 17 to COVID, Prime Minister. And he has been waiting to get the compensation that we promised this government, no doubt, should be honoring. And he's still waiting. And she died from COVID. So I'm just saying that there are a number of nurses, healthcare workers, a commitment was made that they would be their families would benefit in the unfortunate event that they died. And so no, there are again, Prime Minister. Well, let's not get distracted. The point is, your administration has the information. Your administration has the information. And so, Madam Speaker, we are asking on behalf of those nurses, their families who have not yet been compensated, to please. It's in hand. Your colleague has it. So we're just asking for finance to assist. So that again, I'm just pointing out that nurses who you excited, many of them have a variety of issues. Sorry? Yes,
Thank
sure.
you, Honourable Member. The Chair
So much.
recognizes the Honourable Member for Tall Pines.
Me and the member of Marco City is familiar with this case. He reached out to me as it relates to the individual that has been impacted. The information was forwarded to nursing department at the ministry. And the whole issue revolves around the cutoff date associated with the compensatory package for individuals who died on the job. I didn't want to bring this to the forefront, but there was a specific date that has been allocated, and this particular case fall out of that date. But irrespective, it's something that we're looking at because someone has been impacted. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much. So, Madam Speaker, I was making the point, and I would appreciate if colleagues, in light of the fact that we're talking about two constituencies, educators and nurses who are in dire straits in many cases, if our attitude would reflect the severity of this situation, Madam Speaker. Our teachers who were titillated in the budget. It was an interesting list. And every item mentioned, so I don't fault your administration for the themes. The themes were good themes. The problem is the devil is in the details, and the details were not good details. So teachers today, educators today, are not pleased with what has been put on the table. In fact, most of them are unclear on what the details are. And so, Madam Speaker, I'm just making the point. It is easy to bomb. It is easy to bomb on the table when we say we're going to do this for nurses, we're going to do this for teachers, we're going to do this for all of these categories of persons. What we have to do is deliver on behalf of these persons. I don't doubt the Minister of Education commitment. I'm just saying we have to deliver. Because the more we delay, the more we squander an opportunity, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hear the absolutes. But one of the things we did do, Madam Speaker, in the area of energy, we left something that the member for Cat Island, Rumkey and San Salvador, gave birth to. I think it's in 2015, the member for Cat Island, Rumkey in San Salvador came up with a wonderful idea with his team about the rate reduction bond. It certainly was during your time. And I regret that we did not get to execute it. Permit me to finish it. And so here we are. But I know you can deal with it. I know you're going to deal with it in the wrap up. But let me just help the public. Unfortunately, BPL has a legacy debt that's dragging us down. I understand we're having challenges dealing with recurrent expenditure, as well as dealing with the capital works that we have forecasted we would take care of. And so we have to figure out then, are we going to utilize the rate reduction bond? And if we are not going to utilize the rate reduction bond, what is the alternative? And so we're asking the Prime Minister in his wrap-up to indicate what is the solution in raising money, because we know BPL doesn't have it and this government doesn't have it unless it goes to borrow. And we know that this government will be back here soon to borrow more money based on the candies that have been put in this budget, and the revenue stream will not deliver the revenue to give to those persons who they've been promised candy. And so, Madam Speaker, on the energy front, what does the Prime Minister intend to do to raise money to retire the legacy debt, to ensure that we do the necessary capital work and that we can manage all of the recurring expenditure? Secondly, Madam Speaker, this is an administration who claim that they are absolutely committed to saving the Bahamian people money, and they've gone to great lengths to point out ways in which they believe we've squandered. In fact, the ill-fated attempt by the member for Carmichael talked about yesterday, and I thought, you were in good form, though you had bad information. So what the member for Carmichael said, Madam Speaker, is that $1.3 billion that we ran up this bill, and that we didn't have anything to show for it. And I believe we ended yesterday with me pointing out to him that at least 400 plus million of it was spent just on social assistance. Secondly, that we spent a substantial amount of money. I counted, last count was 200 and about 15 million just on capital works. But what I found stunning, and I thought about this last night, and I hate the fact that they had me up thinking about this, but Madam Speaker, several speakers on this side, they actually made the point that we had a hit after Dorian. We had a hit after Dorian of $3.4 billion. We had a hit during the pandemic of a similar amount, $3.4 billion. So we're talking about $6.8 billion that this administration is now using to explain to the hordes of people who they made promises to during the election why we can't take care of you. We can get to you. We ain't released that one yet, but maybe I'll come back to that. They have not been able to explain to supporters why we can't get to all these promises. So what is being used? What are we telling the public? We're telling the public we got a $6.8 billion hit. And yet the member for Carmichael came in this house to give the impression that we were not faced before them with these matters that adversely impacted revenue and debt. And so, Madam Speaker, it is important for us to be credible when we are making claims. But you know what the goal was? The goal was to simply make the case that there had to have been bad management or malfeasance. That's why you can't find $1 billion. Well, I mean, the Prime Minister made that point earlier that they couldn't find, and then to his credit, in his later presentation, the Prime Minister came back and acknowledged that this was undeclared spending, and so we were happy that he corrected the record. And so, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Cat Island, San Salvador.
My point of order is that I never corrected any record because there's no record to correct. What I said was that their statement that was supposed to be put out just before the elections, right, was understated by $1 billion. The pre-election report was understated by about $1 billion. That still remained the case. Right? And what I did was to lay the document because it was being denied. The point I was making was that it wasn't that there was some underhanded thing. What I was saying is that it was a fraud on the country because the statement was incorrect and was there. And so it was not a matter of correction. It's a matter of me stating what the facts were. And then when I came back, being able to lay on the table, they audited the actual independent review of it, which confirmed the number. I think it was from KMPTA. It's KPMG, got an accounting firm to confirm what it was, and it was laid. So what was the correction?
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much. So again, we are happy to hear, because we have multiple headlines on that same subject, we are happy to hear that the Prime Minister said he was not suggesting, insinuating in any way that anything underhanded was done relative to the $1 billion. He was simply saying that it was not in the report. What we said from the beginning is that the report did not require the government to put in the report those particular obligations that had not yet been expensed. If we didn't get the invoice yet, and payment was not due, there was no need by law for it to be placed in the report. And so it was most unfortunate that that went around the world because we had an opportunity to meet with one of the international agencies. And that was a matter they were concerned about. So by way of you to the Prime Minister, Madam President, Madam Speaker, we'd like to say thanks to the Prime Minister for correcting the public record that nothing untoward was done. So thank you very much. Let me also say, Prime Minister, still on the subject of BPL, because I know this is very, very important to you. This administration claims that it wishes to save the Bahamian people money. But yet, BPL is presently experiencing expenses that is due to the failure of this administration to continue to execute the hedge that was put in place by the Free National Movement. At that point, I believe we locked in the price per kilowatt to somewhere around 10.5 cents per kilowatt. And failure to lock in the price that we had on the global market, I think oil was for about $40 a barrel back then. Failure to execute those trades resulted in the board, through its chairman, making the point that they have to pass through the additional costs to the consumer. I think it was something around 3.2 cents. The Prime Minister, because of the big heart that he has, intervened and told them, no, we can find another way to pay for it, but we will not pass it on. Now, we know by law, the government is obligated to pass on the costs. We know that the period that the government could eat those costs, I believe it has expired or it's going to expire soon. And so we expect that this administration is now going to raise the price of electricity. And apart from the fact that they've already cost us $50 million, apart from that fact, we are now going to face higher electricity bills because of the failure of the New Day government to lock in the hedge. So, Prime Minister, it is our hope that you will take the time to explain whether or not this government is presently involved in a new hedge arrangement. How are you protecting the Bahamian people from the volatility on the international oil market? What are you doing to protect us? We also wish to understand when it comes to BPL is whether or not the government intends to continue to pursue the arrangement that was being developed with Shell Bahamas North America. Again, we look forward to hearing the Prime Minister on this matter. Shell North America. Madam Speaker, when we were in the chair, you had a 2-year period where you had predictability in the price of electricity. Unfortunately, failure to move on the hedge, we have now dismantled that. And that is at the feet of this administration. And so Prime Minister, we look forward to your presentation so that you are able to help the public understand what is your plan going forward. Madam Speaker, I'd like to turn my attention to NHI. But before doing so, there's a pressing matter concerning the health of the national insurance. For years, successive administrations knew that we were having problems in terms of the sustainability of national health insurance. The same thing is true as it relates to NHI. What I would like to know is whether or not the member for Pinewood speaks on behalf of the government when it comes to the National Insurance Board, or whether the Prime Minister is the chief spokesperson. We believe that rate hikes are coming, even though the Prime Minister says, no, it is not coming. By way of you, Madam President, Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield so that the Prime Minister can explain how he proposes to address the issue of the health. I have more than enough time. So, Prime Minister, if you would explain, because it's really a pressing matter. No. Oh, he's leaving. Oh, sorry. Okay. No, to explain to the public. To explain to the public. So, Madam Speaker, the difficulty that many members of the public have is there's a concern about the health of the fund. And I thought it was courageous of the member for Pinewood to talk about the challenges that the fund is having and to signal what may be happening. There seemed to be a disconnect in this cabinet. The Prime Minister says one thing, some other ministers say something else. The same was true about BPL, a disconnect. The same thing is true. The same thing is true about national insurance. There is a disconnect. So what is happening in the local market and in the international market is the Prime Minister's opinion is different than a number of his ministers and his financial secretary on a number of very significant issues. It is sending the wrong message, Madam Speaker, to the international community, to the credit community. And for all that this administration has talked about of the confidence they are engendering, it didn't improve the price of the bonds. It didn't improve this administration's ability to go to the local market as predicted by the members when they were in opposition. I believe the member for Exuma, the member for Cat Island had tremendous confidence. They chastised this administration for going overseas to borrow funds. They were going to go to the local market and they were going to attract resources to deal with the pressing issues. Today, Madam Speaker, the things they forecasted have not materialized. And a part of the reason, Madam Speaker, is multiple ministers are talking on the same subject, but giving a different message. It is not a good thing. It sends the wrong message to the credit market. It sends the wrong message to the rating agencies, Madam Speaker. And so how are you going to fund national insurance? What is the plan of the New Day government? The New Day government mysteriously didn't mention a whole lot about the white paper that they presented to Parliament, quite impressive about digital assets. We know because the member to my left, the member for East Grand Bahamas, as well as our former Deputy Prime Minister Turnquest, spent a tremendous amount of time making sure we brought the DARES Act in place. We know that cryptocurrency is thriving. Of course, the government has a very intimate relationship with a number of our investors, inclusive of them. And so, again, we help to give birth to a new industry. What we are unclear on is why the government did not spend any significant time looking at this additional pillar of our economy. Because if we are committed to diversification, we believe it is important that the government look at Grand Bahama seriously as a tech hub. I noticed that the Deputy Prime Minister, in all of his discussions, the member for Pine Ridge, have apparently moved away from Grand Bahama being the home of the tech hub. And we are curious as to what accounts for the shift in policy, knowing full well that we have tremendous potential in Grand Bahama to lead the way in terms of developing digital assets, developing a number of forms of technology. It was compellingly laid out by the member for East Grand Bahama. The other thing that was disappointing in this budget was that this administration has not outlined how they intend to service our debt. We are absolutely clear, based on this budget and the fact that you are unlikely to meet the revenue projections, that you will be borrowing more money in short order. I mean, that's not surprising. The member for Exuma and Ragged Island, in fact, made the point while he was in opposition that he thought we should borrow $2 billion. That's the correct figure? At least $2 billion. He thought we should go big. And I believe that incrementally we are now getting to the numbers that the member for Exuma and Ragged Island had in mind. The question, though, is, by law, looking at the Debt Management Act, we expect that the government would have appointed the committee. We know that the government has an informal committee, Madam Speaker, and the government is supposed to have an official committee. So we're asking the government to indicate, have you appointed the Debt Management Committee? Because again, failure to do so again sends the wrong message to the international community. Secondly, then, has that committee met? Our understanding is that the informal committee, as well as the main committee, did not meet. And if in fact they met, why hasn't the government in this budget had any serious discussion about their debt management strategy? Because that is the point, Madam Speaker. If you do not have any fiscal space, you're affected in a number of ways. One, you have problems going back to the credit market to raise funds, and clearly that's the main pathway this administration is pursuing. And even when you go to the market, you're going to pay a higher interest rate to borrow money. We expected in this budget, and this is why I agree with the member for East Grand Bahama. There's a lot of it sounds good. It's talking about the themes that are important to people. But when you drill down on the details, it's not delivering the goods. That is a part of what the problem is we're facing. So in terms of the Debt Management Act, this government is failing the Bahamian people in talking about the pathway that they're going to put us on so that we can sustainably manage the finances of our country and to help us understand how they are going to service the national debt that we have. And so Madam Speaker, it is my hope that the Prime Minister, when he gets up to speak, that he would in fact address this very critical issue. Madam Speaker, the New Day government promised in the fiscal strategy report that one of the key things it would address is to reform state-owned enterprises. Madam Speaker, the government did the exact opposite. Instead of cutting costs, tightening the belt, given what we are up against as a country, this administration spent an additional $30 million that it made available to state-owned enterprises. While in opposition, there were a lot of brilliant ideas that the government had in terms of how to deal with it. Though agriculture is a smaller example, the government has made a decision to go back to managing packing houses, to go back to managing the feed mill. I am confident that in private sector hands, we would do a better job, Bahamians, we would do a better job managing packing houses, managing the feed mill, and what we can do is empower a group of Bahamians who can have a distribution system of their own, a food processing facility of their own, because they can double up in terms of food processing. But the philosophy of the Progressive Liberal Party is to hold on to these state-owned enterprises, to say in one document that they intend to gradually wean the country of the state-owned enterprises, but then seem to use them as a means of employment agency and quite possibly as a means of patronage. And so, Madam Speaker, I think that this administration is making a fundamental error in not having a realistic conversation with the Bahamian people about state-owned enterprises. And so as we go through this budget, Madam Speaker, that is one of the issues that worries members of the opposition, the government failure to pause and address this critical issue rather than kick it down the road. Madam Speaker, even when the themes sound good, unfortunately, the devil is in the details. This government will not deliver in this budget. This government is big on PR. It has hired almost every journalist in the country, Madam Speaker. This government has spent, let me rephrase it. This government has this government has gone to various media houses and hired any number of competent Bahamians who are doing a good job for the government. The problem is the Bahamian people don't need PR. They need a government focus on HR, the human resources. And the difficulty is the government is spending more time on optics than actual substantive things that benefit constituencies. And that's why I mention nurses. That's why I mention educators. These are examples where the government got a lot of bombing on the desk. But to date, I think there's a strike vote that was taken by one of those groups as well, right after the budget. So obviously the announcement was of no consequence. And so even where, and I love the line by the member for Seabreeze. I thought it was a very catchy line, that the government was on the right road. I used to like to say to be on the right road, headed in the right direction. And so let me say, I would borrow that for a moment to say, the government may be on the right road. Unfortunately, the pace at which the government is moving towards the things that can bring change is a little too slow. In Grand Bahama, there are persons who, despite spending, I believe, $15 million or so trying to help Dorian victims, for 9 months, we have persons whose roofs are still leaking in your home. I know you say you're from Nassau, but member for Tall Pines, many of your former constituents and my constituents, they are hurting because they are waiting for that first check to be signed, the first one. First one. No, you missed the point. Over the 2 years, hundreds of Grand Bahamians were helped. I'm just saying that there are others who are waiting for that little thing. They are waiting for the Minister of Finance to empower the member for Pinewood so that we can touch some lives in Grand Bahama. So that's the point I'm making. I'm sorry? No. Pinewood is a member with responsibility for the DRA. And I know had he had the money, he would have been on it. So you are now acting Prime Minister since the Prime Minister left. I'm asking by way of you, Madam Speaker, that the member for Exuma and Ragged Island look out for the people of Abaco and look out for the people of Grand Bahama in getting that first set of checks cut so that we can help persons. We are in the midst of a hurricane season. And so PR is not going to get that done. What we need is the checks to be cut. We also want to say that a number of things that are being done, they are necessary, but come on, stop beating the desk because they are insufficient. Something can be necessary, but not sufficient. And so it's important. No, it's not annoying me. I just think it's hurting people who are home wanting help, and instead they're hearing noise. Let me give you an example. There are mothers in each of our constituencies. Who are just trying to get survivor's benefit. But they're being told, we have evidence that the man didn't live in the house in the last couple of years. I'm listening. And it's so troublesome because we know the story. We know that in some cases, the fella may have left. And then he hit hard time, where he can go? He come back home. In other cases, The sweetheart don't have no more use for him, so she sent him back home. Maybe he has an illness. She sent him back home. So there's a period So I'm saying, I want you to listen to me carefully. I don't know if you're getting it in your constituency, but I am. Women whose husband left may have some non-communicable disease and he's now back home. She can't take care of him no more. Sweetie ain't can take care of him. So he comes back home. And even then, when she goes to try, when he passes away, this is members, this is a serious matter. In almost every one of our constituency, we have constituents, women, some of our mothers, sisters, daughters, who cannot get survivor's benefit. Yeah, but we are here to change policies that don't make sense, because the truth of the matter is she never left the marital home. He may have been gone for a short period of time, but when he comes back home, he dies in her care. We ought to make sure that she doesn't suffer. And so it is important that we solve that issue. We have children who are waiting to get benefit, and they're not getting the help. So how we manage this money. See, again, I mentioned you could be on the right road, but you don't move at the same pace. Social services under us and now under you, there is no new day. There is a dysfunction in the system. And we have to fix the dysfunction, because help delayed is often help denied. And I believe there are members of parliament in here that you had constituents who were petitioning you for help in some area, and you didn't get around to it. And you got a call. Just calling to let you know, mommy died last week or 2 days ago. Or you got around to it and you were calling a ministry, writing a ministry, and nothing materialized. And so it is absolutely important that this administration pay closer attention to the granular work on the ground, less attention to the optics. PR may be necessary, but it ain't sufficient. People need real help on this road, and they're hurting. And let me just say, because we heard the statement over and over in this debate, y'all don't have no credibility. We heard it. I thought I'd address a part of it. When we were in government, 4 members were in opposition, 3 of whom are in this house. And one of the things I find amazing, and I said a part of it earlier, when 2 of them were in cabinet and things went wrong and there were scandals or there were issues in that administration, you didn't hear bo peep from any of them. What did they say? No, we have collective responsibility. But now they come in this house and try to convince that public that all of a sudden we have a conscience. We've always had a conscience. The question is, why didn't you speak then? Yeah, because you know there are some conventions in politics. You try to fight your battle sometimes inside. Now here's the other thing that you continue to say, that we are in no position to talk because some department in government or someone in the past government had some missteps, misdeeds, or whatever. Well, listen, that don't rob us of our ability to address issues, to speak truth to power. It didn't rob you in the past, and it ain't gonna rob us now. We are going to raise any issue we believe that is beneficial. Yeah, oh, we have. And let me say to Angliston, let me say to Exuma, let me say to Cat Island, many a times, you all complimented a number of us for speaking truth to power. How in the world you did it then and now you come and switch up the game in here, as if we weren't standing up, as if we weren't collaborative. I was in 2 ministries. I was in 2 ministries. Go and look in those ministries and tell me if you find 2 or more persons who we sent home because we thought they were PLP. Go and look. 2 ministries. You do it. No, you're doing. Don't get distracted. The point is, you are the masters of deflection. The masters of deflection. And so my question is,
The chair recognizes the honorable member for English.
The member for the Dundas, or I'm sorry, the member for Marco City.
Oh, I love it. I can do a point for you.
You trained me well, Marco City. Madam Speaker, when you sit in the cabinet, there's collective responsibility. You take responsibility and you keep moving. You don't come in here and say, well, you know, I did this and I could have do that and I wasn't there and it wasn't me. You take responsibility, you take your blows. And sometimes when people speak and they send you home, that's how it works. So the member coming in now with this, with this convoluted description of things, you take responsibility. That's the rule. Take responsibility.
I know it wasn't a point of order, but you know, I have a lot. I have Anglison, let me say, I have a lot of time for you. You have demonstrated a commitment. You have demonstrated a commitment to this country over the years. I just want you to be balanced. You always ask for balance, but fail to demonstrate it in your communication. That's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying what you do. No,
The chair recognizes
you
the
don't
honourable member
concede.
for
I've never
Eggleston.
heard you concede once that the Progressive Liberal Party has done something wrong. Never once.
Madam Speaker, the member is, I don't know what he's talking about, but may I have the, thank you. In terms of what I am and who I am and why I'm this and that. I'm speaking, he just articulated a constitutional principle which was incorrectly expressed. You take responsibility. You don't come here now and trying to put distance between where you sat around the table, you were concurrent with it, and now come here with some different description. Take responsibility. That's the rule.
Thank you, honourable member.
Except we have done so in here, and we have also in cases where we believe there were ill-advised decisions, we've conceded it. All I am saying is let us be consistent. I have never, when I was in government or now, heard those who require that standard concede anything that they have ever done wrong. Ever. Even in cases where there were colleagues who were caught up in drama. I've never heard someone get up and say, as far as I'm concerned, let's let the chips fall where they may. No, it was you touch one, I remember. You touch one, you touch all.
Like now?
So my point is, my point is, one of the things, we don't duck and dodge. For example, Madam Speaker, we encourage this government. We encourage this government to increase the salary for those civil servants who we were bombing the desk for, and prayerfully you're not doing it less than $100. Madam Speaker, I want to run through some numbers because members of the Progressive Liberal Party love to give the public the impression that they have a monopoly on doing work on behalf of vulnerable Bahamians. They do not have a monopoly. Did they start a number of fundamental or important institutions in this country? Of course. Some members of the Free National Movement in the early days came out of the PLP. So we don't knock our institutions. We celebrate them and help to build them. What we do take issue with is when in this place members come and give the impression that they care so much for the poor. But I can tell you, the persons in Marco City member for West End, who by several of your colleagues, including your self-admission, were not political animals. They home. Every single one of them gone. Pine Ridge was the first. Urban renewal centers all over this country. You know the answers? Well, this is what was done in 2017. This is the kind of things that this is the kind of... Sorry? Well, you tell me you may have kept one? Okay, no problem. So how many we had? Seven times 5 minus how many? 34? My point is that if you care about the poor and the vulnerable, why are you putting folks on the road $250, $300? Why are we doing it? So let me just give a bit of figures. The F&M was in government, and when we gave the first increase of $50 per month to the civil servants in 1993 and then 1994. A second increase of $100 per month was given in 1997. In 1999, an incremental increase was implemented. However, there hasn't been any since. Remember, the New Day government is the government for the poor. But when you look at the record does not bear out that the F&M has not been fighting for the poor. We all have. So this revisionist story that you continue to tell. These narratives that I just did, I mean, if you missed that example, God help us, right? And so again, it is our hope. It is our hope that this
Honourable
administration.
member,
Point of order.
the chair recognizes the honourable member from Yamakura.
The member is misleading because he is saying since 1999, a increase was not given. Need to check the record of 2016 where minimum wage was increased and increases to teachers at the time. I am well aware of that from the position I stood in before this place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honourable member.
To study it, I'd be more than happy to look at it. Speaking about teachers, Madam Speaker. Speaking about teachers, Madam Speaker. A teacher's salary entry level is $25,200. For many years, this has remained the same. And so, Madam Speaker, there is a need for us to examine what we do with the public service and to make sure, Madam Speaker, in a substantive way, that we hit the bottom line of nurses' salaries, of teachers' salaries, and then also, Madam Speaker, we should be looking at various things like, for example, risk allowance. Nurses and teachers, we should find a way to put in place risk allowance at a level that assists them in a meaningful way. And so I think when we are $200, no, we ought to go $300 to $400 in terms of risk allowance to augment what we are providing to these categories of civil servants. So if this New Day government wish to get bombing on the desk that's meaningful, do something meaningful for educators. And so when you go to the meeting, or I believe some members may have left already for some of those meetings, it is important that we do something meaningful for these workers. And so, Madam Speaker, here's another thing we are able to do for struggling Bahamians. There are many workers in the public service who are entering as a clerk with 2 or more BGCSEs, and they have a salary of $13,950 who enter as clerks within the public service. Madam Speaker, a nurse with a bachelor's degree has a salary of $24,250 to $24,850 per year. Individuals with degrees who just returned home, Madam Speaker, would be lucky if they could make $30,000. And so, Madam Speaker, this government that has the right themes, a few missing, it's important that you do something serious, measurable, and significant, other than just getting applause from the converted because you mentioned the area and some broad, vague thing you intend to do for the Bahamian people. Madam Speaker, right now, the court reporters are not in the courts. So it is important, I'm not moved by your chairs or your criticism. So Madam Speaker, it is important that we address the issue with the court reporters. They're out, and you haven't heard actually crickets again from this administration. So the budget is going on. Have we addressed the issue with the court reporters? Have we addressed the issue with the island administrators? Persons who went through 2 years, member for Central and South Eleuthera, and I know you didn't create this problem, but it exists now, my brother, where you have persons who went through 2 years of training. And now, because somebody make presumptions about their politics, they are now being sent back to where they came from, which first of all is ultra-virus of the law in the public service. They should be promoted first if they have an objection and then sent back. So you have multiple administrators. I had an opportunity, I raised it with the Prime Minister, hoping that we could get resolutions. I'm getting every single week island administrators who are reaching out because they are concerned that folks who just came are being sorted out without the benefit of the same length of experience and training. We ought to correct that. And so it is important for us. We paused, police promotions were paused. It's very interesting that, first of all, we should have done it. And that aside, this administration came in And then some folks who were slated to be promoted, you didn't know what their politics were, all of a sudden mysteriously were no longer on the list. And this isn't no one ministry. Multiple ministry, this kind of practice is happening. And so, again, when you talk about new day, the new day should mean that there is new behavior in the kind of politics that you are engaged in. In the public service, again, if people do it in the past, that's on them. This is a new breed now. We ain't tribalistic in that way. We care about Bahamians in general. That's why we believe the Bahamian people will trust us, because they know whether they FNM or PLP that we are going to govern for all Bahamians. But they know that this administration isn't. People are afraid. People are afraid. And so, Madam Speaker, we are concerned that in the public service, for example, there are persons who can only be promoted if they pass these exams. Well, some of our people in the public service are in no position to pass some of these exams, but they have experience and they can execute the job that they have been executing for years. So in much the same way, in some areas in government, we are able to grandfather persons in. We did it with contractors and several other vocational areas. We ought to look at promoting people who've been on the job, been successful, passed their evaluation. The only thing missing is that they couldn't pass a written exam. So some of our people are stuck. How could it be 20 years on the job? No promotion? I mean, that can't be right. And so I believe that you have an opportunity. You have an opportunity to do something meaningful in that regard. And so, Madam Speaker, we've heard a lot about the travel of this administration. Let's be clear. And the member for St. Barnabas, I thought, phrased it appropriately. Any mature politician knows that ministers of the government and other technical officers have to travel to build relationships. But here's the problem. The New Day government came in and sought to create a narrative. You know, like the way you create the narrative on you care about the poor and we don't. The FNM is corrupt and the PLP is the paragon of virtue. In a similar way, you sought to create one and done. You sought to create the impression that the Prime Minister and ministers of the government are now reconnecting the Bahamian people with the international market. Because obviously in your mind, or your PR consultant's mind, that is a good story to tell to justify whatever it is you're seeking to justify. But what is true, and you know it, because you are in the ministries where you could see the record. The Prime Minister traveled. The former Prime Minister traveled. He went to the UN and spoke on climate change. That's why many of us are still talking about quoting the head of the General Assembly, who talked about the existential crisis that we face because of catastrophes like Dorian. Before him, Prime Minister Christie, and before him, Prime Minister Ingram, all at varying times, sometimes with ministers in tow or separate, attended global forums and had discussions about the fact that we are in a hurricane alley, and we had recommendations. In fact, those of us who've been monitoring what has been going on in the country know that the Bahamas had one of the most compelling voices over both administrations, talking about how unfair it was to put us in the category as a medium income country, to disqualify us from receiving benefits and assistance from international organizations or other governments by virtue of our per capita income, when the reality is we have greater vulnerabilities because we are a small island state that is in a zone that is prone to catastrophe. We've made this argument. So our concern isn't about so much the travel. I'm going to come to what the concern is. One is, don't misrepresent or distort the record. Because after Dorian, many of us traveled to agencies or to forums overseas, massive global forums, and came back with results. with resources and technical assistance to assist the Bahamian people in the aftermath of Dorian. So it's no need, I mean, we're mature people. There's no need to pretend as if like you have just cut a brand new path in the universe. It's not a new path. It's a continuation. I love how you are supporting the Prime Minister. I was proud the Prime Minister speaking at these forums. That's our Prime Minister. But let us not be revisionist. Let us not cast him as doing something fundamentally different than his predecessors, because every single one of them, Dr. Hubert Minnis, Perry Christie, Hubert Ingham, all of them did what he is now seeking to do. What some of them have forgotten, the Prime Minister today is still learning. And it's no disrespect to him. It's just that he is new to what has been done. So that's one thing. So you are not reconnecting us to anything. We never disconnected from the international community. Secondly, this country has a stellar record pre the 16th of September 2021 in terms of good stewardship of the environment. We have NGOs who I salute who have been doing an incredible job in this country, as well as government agencies. So whether it's the Bahamas National Trust, the Nature Conservancy, or BRIEF, all of these organizations, water keepers, a whole bunch of them have been doing incredible work. And they have been raising substantial resources while working in partnership with government, because oftentimes international agencies want to know that government is on board. And they've been doing an incredible job raising resources in the Bahamas. And so we are very much concerned that you are now rewriting history to give the impression that you are now doing something fundamentally different. Let's just keep it moving. This is just continuity. We support the work that you are doing on the climate change agenda. But don't use that, because what you do is you turn people off from the agenda when you're using the travel that you're doing, and this is a justification. You know what people have questioned about the travel? They've questioned size of delegations. All of us who've managed ministries or corporations, we know that if we're going, for example, to Eleuthera, and we're doing an assessment of several properties, or the function of a particular ministry, then we know they ain't necessary to carry 8 people. I mean, be clear on that. If we go into the Far East or the Middle East, I mean, we know we don't need 18 or 16 persons because you know the thing called train the trainer? Like sometimes you carry the head of the department and the head of the department is able to educate some other people through a report. And you're good at giving communication, so a wider audience is educated on the value, the purpose of the trip, and the potential benefits. So people are concerned sometimes about size. They're also concerned about whether or not your seniority is required at a meeting where you show up as a minister and everybody else there is an ambassador or a senior officer in the ministry. So they're just saying, you know, just like you, many of you are quite wealthy, you've been traveling before politics. I don't believe for a moment this is just a come up for you. But what we're saying is, you know, when you arrive, you're trying to figure out why I'm sitting here with the fellow who have to go back and ask for permission when you're the only one at the table who could make a decision right then on behalf of the government, because you could call the PM and say, PM, they're doing this conference. We want to bring the conference in. We believe it's beneficial. That's the reality. People ain't slow. So they seeing this and they trying to figure out, I'm leaving my corner to go to social service to try and get this rent assistance or a voucher, and I find that I ain't on the program no more because they say it's a scarcity of resources and somebody in the house is a reservist, but there's 5 people in the house, everybody else is unemployed, and the reservist just about to get married. So they even could be in the house. And they would say, hold on, that dude in first class, or a fella is on a jet, when jet ain't supposed to be on. And yet, these people can't get a voucher. I was happy to hear when one of the members on your side said people will be able to get emergency rent assistance, because the reality is we are consistently paying for persons who have a domestic situation, and we're putting them up in hotel, and then we have the discomfort after 3 days of trying to find something else for them. And you know, member of parliament will be in a position, or the church who we enlist as partners, getting somebody out of a hotel because people ain't want to leave no more. So when we talk about travel, we're asking you, what is your priority? sometimes you have to say, rather than an $18,000 ticket, I can demonstrate that I'm prepared to sit in economy, but in an exit seat, I still have the leg room. I can still do my chair back. And you in the airport, just park some snacks. Because things rough on this road. But you're not prepared to tighten your belt because there are more loans that we can get to pay for the things. Because obviously, your revenue projections, every respectable agency says, given the issues with inflation, given the challenges we are having in terms of supply chain issues, given your debt to GDP ratio, every agency is saying headwinds that are coming, the likelihood of you being able to raise the kind of money you're projecting is slim. Now, we hope, we know God is amazing. And if we submit ourselves to God, he can intervene into our affairs and some transformative things can happen in the Bahamas. However, if God, through his intentional will, don't get involved, but he permits you to run the programs that are important to you, we are saying the likelihood of you getting to the finish line is slim. So since it's slim, that you're not going to raise the $1.3 billion. The question, all things are possible. But did you tell that to the voters? Did you see, because here's the issue. The issue is you cannot and you should not make future commitments predicated on the possibility of revenue that is unrealistic for you to achieve. That's the problem. So that's why the member for East Grand Bahama could say you're being reckless. He wasn't being disrespectful. What he was saying is, we didn't see the play. We didn't see what the CEO for JP Morgan said. We didn't hear what the member for Exuma and Ragged Island said when he was in opposition. And the man, he knows he's sitting there and he said, boy, Jesus, if we pull this one off, that'll be a miracle. That's what he said inside. He knows that the projections are off. He knows the projections are off. That's why he puts on his game face when he come in here, because he's had the brazen truth, knowing that this thing ain't possible. So we are saying...
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
Madam Speaker, today I spoke for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Exuma is capable of speaking for himself. And I asked the member not to mislead and suggest any language or any wording for this member. Whatever I wish to say, Madam Speaker, I need no help.
Thank you, honourable member.
I know it wasn't a point of order, but you know, Exuma, I'm always proud. I just wanted you to get this. Yeah, I'm always proud of Bahamians who have pulled themselves up by their own bootstrap and making a contribution. And and as the next leader of the Progressive Liberal Party, I want to be respectful to you. But Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, he's appealing for validation, Madam Speaker. He's appealing for validation. Madam Speaker, as I take my seat, Madam Speaker, what concerns us about the budget has been clearly laid out by our team. That the government has projected revenues that we do not see how they are able to reach. They've heard from rating agencies that says that they are overly optimistic. They've heard from local economists and accountants who have evaluated the budget and thought that a number of wonderful themes are in there. But when you drill down on the details, there are certain key things that are missing. No strategy for debt management. Insufficient additional pillars for the economy that demonstrate that they have a growth strategy in order to expand the economy, to absorb the unemployment that we have and the more of the students who are going to come out of school. Again, insufficient examples of linkages between the most productive sector of the economy, which is tourism, and other areas. And we did leave in place to assist, working with tourism, the Agro-Tourism Council. which we believe will be very, very beneficial. We listened to the message delivered by the member for Central and South Eleuthera, and we remain steadfast that we are prepared to collaborate and be helpful. We listened to the bombs on the table, but we understand that you were busy, most of you, maybe 90% of you in your private life when we were in government, and so you may have missed it. But I brought with me the list of conclusions that under the Free National Movement, decisions were made that form, I'm sorry? No, I'm saying all of the decisions that we made is documented in the programs that we put up. And so the decisions are right here, okay? And so I'm saying to you, focus, just focus, that 95+% of the presentation made by the Minister of Agriculture, we had no difficulty with. Because those initiatives were initiatives that we worked on. So let me run through very, very quickly. Purchase and distribution of layer birds. Agreement to set in place infrastructure and ecosystem for the development of the poultry industry. Hiring. So, distribution of backyard gardening kits, more than 20,000 of those kits. Provision of livestock feed to farmers. Land clearing exercise. Cabinet permission for 40% of all hotels, food stores are mandated by policy to buy from Bahamian farmers. 75 cents of every dollar spent by government ought to be spent with local producers. We spent more than $5 million on farmers and fishers post-Dorian and in the midst of COVID. You know, again, time does it, but we will table this, Madam Speaker, and this is a partial list capturing the period July 2020 to May 2021. And I will lay for future reference every presentation I made in this House, midterm report, national report, etc. We will lay those in the House. We worked with the Bahamas Development Bank, looking at various options to collaborate on mutually developing agriculture. Here's what we didn't do. We didn't do what the minister is now doing, setting up an agribusiness department. The agribusiness department is a bad idea. BAIC is your agribusiness department. To set up a new agribusiness department is to duplicate resources when that gentleman, Brother Major, and his team are adequate in terms of executing your various business arrangements. Let me just show you. Before I left, I think there's 161 persons work there. Think about this for a moment. You can set up a new department. You already have about 161, and I think you all added another 161. And so the point is, it is unnecessary. And so while you may have changed a plant or production generation house, the point I'm making is this. We are in support of what the minister is doing. I'm only pointing out that 95% plus are those things that we have done. That's the only point I'm making. Yeah, sure.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Central and South.
I don't intend for agriculture to be a political football, right?
That's right.
But, however, a lot of the initiatives that we're doing is new. I can list some of them if you want me to. I can list some of them. So, no, your time ain't running. So, $1.3 million in grants for farmers through SBDC. No. This is a new initiative through us.
Honourable members.
We are creating a poultry industry through land and other concessions, inclusive of electricity concessions, to create a poultry industry, right? Over $6 million in food security. 3 dozen food items to be made duty-free to reduce prices in grocery stores. No. But the thing is, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Agriculture, Marine Resources, and Family Island Affairs is very focused in creating bankable products for the people in this country. We eliminated the duty on parts for farmers as well as fishermen. So the thing to say that no, you never did it. Never did it. No, never did it. But it's not correct for the member of Marco City. And the difference is results. The difference is results. It's one thing to talk it, another thing to do it.
Member for by way of you, Madam Chair, we are not on different sides. In fact, I remember when you were in the Senate that I briefed the shadow in the House and the shadow in the Senate, because when we did major initiatives, we sought to always include members opposite, right? So every time we visited your island, we also made sure you come out so you could be aware. So I'm just saying, we will support you. You're a member of the family. We will stand with you. We'll support you. But what we don't want you to do is don't waste the taxpayers' money. And I'm telling you, BAIC is your agribusiness department. Don't waste your money. The second thing you don't want to do is seek to run a feed mill when you have experts. Empower some of the farmers. Challenge the farmers to take possession of the feed mill. Put the challenge out to them. And so all we're saying to you, member, that we wish you well because it's in our interest. The final thing I'll say on agriculture, oh, by the way, don't hire an architect for Porterski. You have all the drawings on file from Ministry of Works and otherwise. It's a waste of money. And if the ministry is going to hire, if you're going to hire, we'll be very concerned about that because you don't need an independent architect. So just to mention that. And if so, we will know who, because it isn't necessary. So let me say this. The final thing I'd say. Is you are, no, you shouldn't. You shouldn't. You have the drawings. You don't need to hire him. Let me say this. I said earlier, there is a need for us to demonstrate a sense of urgency. And so I want to say to this administration, I must tell you, I sat here, I saw a Minister of Agriculture second the budget, and I said, this is a wonderful thing, and then you turned the budget, and then you fought the budget. Look at the thing. No, I'm saying the three speakers that followed the Prime Minister was from this ministry. So maybe the motive and the optics was powerful. No, follow what I'm saying. Don't get defensive. Look at your budget. Look at the budget. Your budget is not substantially different than before, right? No, and so we can talk about execution, etc. All I'm saying is what you have been given will have a negligible impact on food security. That's the point I'm making. So I'm supporting you by saying to your Minister of Finance that positioning me in the speaking order is a wonderful thing. Making sure I have real resources to touch people who have real needs is a demonstration that you appreciate that food security is a problem in the Bahamas. That's the point. That's the point that I'm making. Because $1 million in Family Island agriculture could go to one farmer to buy some equipment, and then it's gone. This is like the $10 million in the budget for catastrophic health. Two bad illnesses, that went over. 10 million gone. That's the best case scenario, by the way. The worst case scenario is 10 million in the hands of a Minister of Health. If he does not have the checks and balance, then that one is a problem. We want to make sure, and we are hoping in that presentation, that the $10 million goes to a committee so that no particular individual has control of it. And so I would like to hear the structure. We were trying to figure out, Member for Tall Pines, how is that structured? How is that going to be disbursed to the public? Because we want to make sure, that at the end of the day, there is a committee making a determination of which people who face catastrophic illnesses get help. We don't want one or two persons making that kind of determination on who lives and who dies. We need a transparent system. Similarly, the former administration had a program similar to what you're talking about in creating a fund for Family Island development. What we are concerned about is funds that are going into this special purpose vehicle that you have in mind. Hopefully you are creating a structure that has rules of its own, because any taxes collected according to our laws, it has to go into the consolidated fund. And so one of the challenges you have with the budget is there's a lot of nice fuzzy ideas and themes. But when you drill down on them, the details and the meat just isn't there. And so the bombing is encouraging, because what you're doing is you're reinforcing each other as good colleagues. But the reality is, the meat that is needed to execute on behalf of the Bahamian people, it simply isn't there. That's why the nurses were thinking about striking. That's why the Ministry of Education right now wants you to man and woman up to make sure that you support their interests. It just isn't there.
No, they're there.
No. And so, Madam Speaker, as I take my seat, I want to say to the member, the outgoing member for Michael, the member for Michael, that you have a number of wonderful programs that we believe can work in Michael. We were working on making available 100 acres for the Cascarilla Cooperative. They have the largest cooperative where you have almost universal subscription to the cooperative. I would encourage the cabinet to sign off on that 100 acres so that we can discontinue in Michael exporting Cascarilla, and instead what we will do is to process it. Through the Ministry of Agriculture, BAIC in particular, the funds were in fact raised, and government then made matching funds or in kind available to change the economy of Michael. So we have a marvelous opportunity. And so it's important, it is important for continuity in government, for us to stop this childish thing that the Progressive Party does in Parliament, where every speech is about you all ain't do nothing and here's what we're doing. But when it's not good politics, and it's not truthful. And so what I'm saying is we have an opportunity to collaborate in a meaningful way that will benefit the Bahamian people. But let me say this in all seriousness, members opposite. There was a wonderful line once again from the member for Seabreeze that says, in the PLP, we ain't slapping up. But in the F&M, let me tell you what I'm experiencing every day. F&Ms believe that this government is slapping them down. That's what they believe. That's what they believe. They believe that this administration is slapping them down. That grants that you say are available, we want to know in Grand Bahama exactly where the applications are and will be. We want to know about the $50 million that we cannot find in the budget. We want to know where are the opportunities for all Bahamians. This is what we want to know. So we want ministers to be respectful in their ministry to their staff. We don't need persons who have carried out the work not to be paid. We want the people in roads and parks who are still owed money to be paid. We want those persons in social services whose matters have not been settled to be settled. We want those persons who had contracts to manage various things who were terminated. We want them to be settled. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. And so I want to say to the residents of Marco City, I love you. I thank you for the opportunity to be in this place to speak on your behalf. And I want to say that we have an opportunity, F&Ms, all of you, that we can continue to work together to make sure that this government is accountable for the work that they are doing. One of the major issues we have is that they have made promises that this budget cannot deliver. And on your backs, they are seeking to borrow money to deliver those items which they have promised, knowing full well that their revenue strategies cannot deliver. We want you to borrow a word from Exuma, to stay woke, because this administration have to be held accountable for the decisions that they are making and the decisions they refuse to make on behalf of all of us. Marco City rest.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many The chair recognizes the honorable member for Tall Pines.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition like to talk. That's not a bad thing, because
You used to live in Grand you like to run.
yeah.
You like to run.
Well, you run out of Cat Island after getting beat. You're a soldier from where? You get beat in Nassau and run. You get beat in Cat Island and run. You're going to get beat in Freeport again. You're going to get beat in Freeport.
Straight up perseverance.
Yeah, okay.
That's the law.
Talk is
Honorable
cheap.
members, honorable
Talk
members.
is cheap.
Perseverance.
Talk is cheap. History is repeating itself. Anyhow, that's my friend. We sat in the Senate together. We had some rough debates together. But at the end of the day,
Some new friends.
but at the end of the day,
Stay in the spirit.
I'm always in the spirit. I'll stay in the spirit. Thank you again, Madam Speaker. This afternoon, I would like to begin my contribution with a quote from our Prime Minister during the delivery of his powered speech at the world leaders given a few days ago at the Summit of America in Los Angeles, and I quote, "Colleagues, I have come to Los Angeles, California, the city of angels, inspired by the words of the father of my nation, in search of the heart and soul of the Americas." Madam Speaker, if I could just paraphrase that to this particular moment, with your leave, I would like to say, colleagues, as Minister of Health and Wellness, I have come here today, inspired by the father of our nation, to present to this honorable House and the people of the great Commonwealth of the Bahamas the Ministry of Health transformative agenda for this upcoming budget. That's it. Give me a top. Otherwise, don't come to my house no more.
But did you vote for him?
Well, that's a secret that I have as a citizen of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. As a COVID survivor, I am grateful to God for another opportunity to stand to my feet and to give an account to this honorable House about what we have been doing at the Ministry of Health and Wellness for the last 10 months, while plotting a course in a new direction that will be focusing on public health reform. A few weeks ago, I returned from Geneva after attending many high-level meetings at the World Health Assembly with my technical team. The meetings were very productive, and many of the concerns surrounding the world's COVID situations were discussed. I am happy to report to this Parliament that we have received positive feedback from many of our friends and neighbors concerning the country's handling of this deadly pandemic. Bilateral meetings with regional leaders were very successful, and lessons learned proved to be invaluable. Follow-up meetings at the Summit of Americas in Los Angeles helped to solidify many plans, inclusive of the U.S. CDC announcement on the removal of the COVID testing requirements inbound to American citizens as of Monday, June the 13th, 2022. This is good news for our tourism sector and begs the question, when will the Bahamas follow suit and revisit the testing and mask mandate currently in place in our country? These questions have been addressed by the EOC in my ministry, and I am pleased to report, inclusive of removal of the travel health visa on Sunday, the 19th of June, 2022 at 12:01 a.m., announced by the Deputy Prime Minister early this morning, effective June the 19th, 2022 at 12:01, the Ministry of Health and Wellness will also remove the testing requirements for all vaccinated persons entering the Bahamas. This decision is based on science and recommendations from both local and regional epidemiologists. The decision to remove the testing requirements at our borders for vaccinated persons is inconsistent with global recommendations. This decision is consistent with the US CDC guidelines, which came into effect Monday of this week. This is good news, Deputy Prime Minister, for our tourism sector and the rebound of our local economy. But Madam Speaker, in the midst of this good news, my ministry is faced with many challenges and tough decisions that have to be made in the short order. So I would like to take this opportunity while on my feet to give God thanks for where he has brought us from in the last 2.5 years and the midst of the worst pandemic the world has seen for hundreds of years. Madam Speaker, despite the naysayers, my country and countries around the globe believe that the Bahamas has done well in handling this pandemic over the last 10 months with the implementation of sound evidence-based policies and COVID protocols. While at the World Health Assembly and the Summit of Americas meeting last week, we learned that many lower and medium income countries across the globe are relying heavily on preventative medicine and national wellness programs in their fight against COVID-19 and non-communicable diseases. They have also advised that they are experiencing lower hospital admissions and reduced morbidity and mortality as a result of their well-thought-out policies. While in the Bahamas, we continue to battle with the increases and the increased incidence of obesity, diabetes, hypertension, coronary artery disease, chronic renal failure, and despite our efforts, the incidence of non-communicable diseases continue to escalate. For years, we have been throwing precious taxpayers' resources at these complex medical conditions and reaping little reward. What we need is innovative ideas, lifestyle modifications that is driven by policy in order to break this vicious cycle. Madam Speaker, there's much work to be done, and I must say time is not on our side. Our hospitals and clinics should no longer be used as political football, because if the truth be said, there's evidence of unintentional neglect on both sides of the political divide. In this year's budget, my ministry will embark on a new journey to improve manpower resources, infrastructural upgrades, while focusing on reducing the incidence of non-communicable diseases and the cost burden associated with prevention and treatment. This would require leader of the opposition, bipartisan support, and an aggressive infrastructural upgrades to our hospital and clinics. Building new manpower resources both at the primary and tertiary healthcare levels to improve healthcare delivery system is absolutely necessary at this time. It is also necessary for us to address many of the age-old human resources challenges that currently exist throughout my ministry. Madam Speaker, if the truth be told, we are losing nurses, doctors, support staff, both to the private sector and to hospitals abroad. This is not a new phenomenon, but has intensified in the last 4 years, partly because our HR department appeared to be paralyzed, negatively impacting team members, their productivity and morale. I have heard the cries of my team and the stories of members waiting sometimes for years for simple responses from our HR department across my ministry. This is simply unacceptable, and we can and we must do better. Thanks to the focus-driven leadership by our ministers Fred Mitchell and Pierre Roule at the Ministry of Public Service, we are changing this negative culture. I want the Bahamas and everyone to hear. We are on a mission to change this negative culture by improving manpower resources in our ministries and in the public service. Focus on training and to get people at that level so that they can respond to the needs of the workforce. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to report this year's budget we have an allocation of $316,322,383 for this year. Of this sum, the budget allocation for the Hospitals Authority is $232,455,825. And for the National Health Insurance budget, there is $46.2 million. The Department of Public Health, which manages our clinics in New Providence and most of the Family Islands, have been allocated a budget of some $52,935,740, proving that all arms of the ministry received substantial increases in this year's budget. I am proud to introduce two new line items in Head 60, mainly line item 2251132, catastrophic healthcare services, and line item 2241260, health and wellness. With these two new line items, we are finally putting our money where our mouth is. The side opposite can talk about what they have done. We have a line item that is demarcated to help poor people in need. In selective catastrophic care line item, we have allocated $10 million. And in the health and wellness line item, we have made available $2.5 million. We believe that these two line items will go a long way in addressing the country's disease burden and will bring immediate relief to hundreds of poor Bahamians across our archipelago who have been waiting for years for selective catastrophic care interventions and programs to improve health and wellness. While at the Summit of Americas, I had the opportunity to listen to some of the contributions of the members on the side office concerning this line item, 2251132, selective catastrophic care, and referred to it as a possible slush fund. That was a slap in the face to the Bahamian people.
Yes, that's good.
To all of those individuals waiting out there for help.
Yes.
And the fact that $10 million could not adequately address the current catastrophic needs of our people, and the government need to do much more in order to do so. That I agree with. I would have liked to get $50 million to help our people. But I realize that they operate within the constraint measures, and there's a budget that has been allocated. Madam Speaker, this new line item was never intended to meet all of the catastrophic needs of Bahamians. It is not catastrophic healthcare insurance, but simply a fund underwritten by the government to help many poor brothers and sisters who have been on waiting lists for years. It's sad to say, but many have died waiting simply because they did not have the money to have the corrective surgeries or specialty interventions.
That's right, caring government.
We at my ministry, we have been assisting the poor since I've been there.
Day one.
And I have been to my cabinet colleagues on many occasions with immediate needs that affect people today. My colleagues have been supportive to allow me to help poor people.
For the member here, I'd like to know how you're going to apply it. That's all you can say.
Give me time. We at my ministry, let me do my thing, man. You had your chance. I didn't interrupt you. Let me do my thing. I have a lot of questions for you that I decided not to talk about. Give me a chance. Give me a chance, man. Be respectful to your brother. Thank you so much. Let me do my thing, man. We at my ministry have been assisting the poor in need for catastrophic care for the last 10 months by way of cabinet approvals and limited funds from the PHA. With this line item, we intend to do more for poor Bahamians who need immediate life-saving and life-threatening catastrophic interventions. Let me assure the Bahamian people, by way of you, Madam President, that this entire process will be fully transparent. It will be audited by a private accounting company. There will be no dark clouds placed over this life-saving initiative, and the transition from selective catastrophic care to catastrophic insurance would be smooth process delivered by the National Health Insurance Authority. Madam Speaker, because of the time constraints, I will go into details during the head with this line item. We will have an opportunity to speak in the heads. The constraints and complexity of this type of emergency life-saving selective catastrophic health services, it will allow me during the heads to speak a little bit more about the nuts and bolts of this line item during the budget communication as it continues. Madam Speaker, I would like to conclude on this matter to this point by saying that the Cabinet of the Bahamas will finalize the working mechanisms for the execution of this line item. Not Dr. Davo, the Cabinet of the Bahamas. It will be selective responsibility, my brother. It will be selective responsibility, and there will be no amnesia.
Freudian slip.
Ain't no Freudian slip. It will be collective responsibility. No, sorry. Well, excuse my dad. Collective. Madam Speaker?
And the Holy Spirit ministering.
No, the Holy Spirit is ministering to me. That's why I take in my time.
That's right. Take your time.
In our blueprint for change, we spoke about the NHI mandate to deliver catastrophic healthcare insurance in this term in office, and steps are currently being made to do so. After bilateral meetings in Geneva and Los Angeles with the health ministers from Colombia, and this term, I plan to sign a comprehensive MOU with the government of Colombia in a few weeks during the official visit in July by the President of Colombia, Mr. Marquis. This historic MOU will assist my ministry with much needed medical support. Colombia has a very modern healthcare system and one of the strongest affordable universal healthcare models in Latin America. This MOU will focus on the technical support we need at home and the economic models necessary for NHI to deliver cost-effective catastrophic healthcare insurance during this term in office, as outlined in our blueprint for change. Madam Speaker, I want to thank our leader, the Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Philip Brave Davis, for laying the foundation necessary for this important MOU. Our Prime Minister is a man. Yes.
That's a wrong place to pause.
The Prime Minister, I apologize, is a man with a big heart. With a big heart. You know, I had to pause. I should have said big heart, but he is a man with big heart. And with your leave, I'd like to take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to share one of my personal experiences as I traveled with him across the country. I remember after the 2017 loss at the polls, and shortly after he became leader of our party, we visited a middle-aged man in Freeport, Grand Bahama, who had a heart attack. He was lucid, very weak, bedridden, and needed immediate coronary bypass surgery. As leader of the opposition, he assisted him financially after the family of this individual tried everything in their power to raise funds but were unsuccessful. We left that home feeling a burden on that family, and with tears in his eyes, he vowed that when God gave us another opportunity to govern under his leadership, he will do something meaningful for the sick. Madam Speaker, look what the Lord has done. And sir, I know our Prime Minister is in here. Sir, by way of the selective catastrophic healthcare insurance line item, more Bahamians will be able to access life-saving surgical and medical innovations this year as we work to more aggressive catastrophic healthcare insurance as the economy rebounds. Madam Speaker, when I made the announcement that we will be removing testing effective Sunday at 12:01, I didn't say that we were moving it, but we are moving it similar to the CDC's guideline for vaccinated individuals. So the removal of the tests is for the vaccinated and not the unvaccinated. I want to make that clear. Thank you for pointing that out to me. The unvaccinated will require testing. I want to make that clear. And the testing itself. Man of God. Man of God. A few days ago, prior to my departure to Geneva, with the meetings of the World Health Assembly, there was an editorial in one of the dailies which spoke specifically to the need for my ministry and by extension this administration to move swiftly and begin the long-awaited steps to prioritize the commitment to an aggressive public health agenda and stem the tide of the country's billion-dollar chronic non-communicable disease crisis by way of policy, financial commitment, wellness programs that will bring about the transformative change for a healthy population. Madam Speaker, this editorial was timely, and I have it because I will quote from it, and it'll be my words. It's an editorial in The Guardian dated Friday, the 20th of May, 2022, called Prioritizing Public Health. I am happy to report we were able to learn from other countries about the journey and many of the components necessary to launch a cost-effective, sustainable wellness program that will help to stem the tide of disease associated with lifestyles. Yep. Healthcare is a costly business, and the public health tools necessary to reduce the current incidence of chronic non-communicable diseases in our country require funding. That's why we have a line item called health and wellness. We understand where we're going. And what we see today in this budget is reflective of what is to come. So we require funding to pull this off. We require a strong behavioral science component. It doesn't happen just because we want it to happen. We need to change minds. We need to train people on what is necessary to stay healthy. We need wellness experts, and we need the support of both the public and private sectors. Recently, Madam Speaker, I buried my dearest mother, who suffered from chronic non-communicable diseases. I watched her begin to deteriorate as she went on that path. And today, with your leave, I would like to take this opportunity to salute her and the many sacrifices she made for her children. And to also salute the thousands of mothers who suffer from chronic non-communicable diseases, who have passed on, who have lost limbs, who have developed diabetic neuropathy, diabetic retinopathy associated with chronic non-communicable diseases, and dialysis, chronic renal failure. And I salute all of the mothers who went down that route. But they also played an intricate role in shaping the lives of their sons and daughters of this country. This administration is going to do something to help the poor people suffering from chronic disease. We're going to put some policies in place to shift and put us on another path. We ask you to join us, Leader of the Opposition. Madam Speaker, Tall Pines is dearest to my heart. Without their overwhelming support, I wouldn't be here today talking about healthcare. Therefore, with your leave, I would like to take this opportunity from the bottom of my heart to thank the people of Tall Pines for this wonderful opportunity to serve and to say, as their member of Parliament, I will continue to work hard to create meaningful jobs and business opportunities for both the young and the old. I am pleased to report that my colleague, the member for West End, we are partnering with Urban Renewal to establish sustainable programs for our young people, the elderly, the poor, with one objective in mind, and that is to improve lives and livelihoods. That's the mission I'm on for the people of Tall Pines. Over the last 10 months, we have gotten many residents back to work, and our well thought out COVID policies that are evidence-based have helped to regenerate our economy, put a lot of those who worked in the tourism sector back to work, and create more opportunity in the service-based industry. Thank you, DPM. I appreciate where you're going with tourism, and the Ministry of Health will be there to support you. This Saturday, we intend to honor the fathers in my constituency with a walkathon as part of our community wellness program. Come on out, guys. Let's have some fun as we begin to demonstrate to the community that Tall Pines is on board with wellness programs. Madam Speaker, let's put our hands together and congratulate our Prime Minister. Listen here, I was there. He represented the country well on the stage, on the world stage. He represented us well. His ability and delivery demonstrated the need for both local and international platforms and put an end to this foolish business of travel expense. All governments, both local and international, have obligations. Now that COVID-19 travel restrictions have been lifted across our globe, leaders from all parts of the world are coming out to these necessary conferences because they have to satisfy their country's international obligations. This budget increase for travel, as far as I am concerned, is justifiable and is not extravagant. What a budget, man.
What a budget.
What a budget.
Amen.
We wrapping up now. What a budget. You only had nothing to say. You only had nothing to say. But I have my say now. This is my time. The people of Tall Pines give me this opportunity. Bring it on bomb.
Bring it on bomb.
Bring it on bomb. Remember that. Amen. Amen. Bring it on bomb. You had your time, man. Let me do my thing. Let me do my thing, man. You had your time, brother. Let me do what the people give me. This is my right. This is my right to be here.
Bring it on bomb.
This is a budget for the people.
For the people.
Not a slogan called the people's time.
No.
This budget reflects the heart and soul of the PLP, and it is clearly outlined in our blueprint for change. If you haven't read it, please do so. It demonstrated our Prime Minister's commitment to hard work and compassion for the less fortunate, which keep all of us on this side focused on the key deliverables and not ourselves. I'm excited to be a part of this team, and daily I'm inspired when this New Day government and what our ministers are doing on this side. I'm proud of everybody because I know the amount of hard work that is going into it. I'm proud of you, all you guys, man. Look at the representation. Look at it. Everybody delivered here. Bring it on down. Take that. Yes, Madam Speaker. Bahamians everywhere is feeling this Davis administration.
Yeah, man.
And we at the Ministry of Health and Wellness are working diligently with the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Tourism adjusting healthcare policies
Doing a great job.
aimed at keeping our citizens healthy, our kids in school, and our local economy moving. Thank you, DPM, for your hard work. Tourists are coming back to our country in droves. The other day I walked downtown, I had to keep my car parked for almost 10 minutes to let them go across the road. I was so impressed.
You almost ran out of gas.
No, I ain't run out of gas. I ain't run out of gas, but I stopped through courtesy to allow our guests to cross the street. People and investors see renewed confidence in the Bahamas. I know. I sit in meetings where the Minister of Tourism and Investment in Aviation bring intricate direct foreign investment programs to the country. I am pleased. This is truly a new day, my brother. Yes, sir. From where I sit, yes, sir, and from what I see out there as I go from place to place. Yeah. And we all on this side remain committed to the Bahamian people for this tremendous opportunity to serve. You know something? When you were here before, I'm not speaking to you specifically, Marco City. I was here before, and the Bahamian people saw fit to remove me. But the Lord has given me another opportunity. And this opportunity that He's given me, I am not going to squander it. I am going to make a meaningful contribution. Marco City, we intend on this side to remain accountable and transparent with the people's purse. We're going to demonstrate it with our policies and with the swift execution of our transformative agenda. We realize that the clock is ticking. Yeah. Time is not on our side. No. We are dying politically as we stand. And trust me, we are not going to squander this opportunity. We're going to move with a degree of urgency to get some things done for the Bahamian people. Madam Speaker, last week, it's a reality, my brother. You're dying as well. All of us are dying politically. We are only here from a time and for a season. And when our season is gone, thank you, my brother. You know the scripture. You've been well taught. At one point, you was a little confused when you was on your feet because you wasn't in the spirit. Get in the spirit. You're back on the spirit now. Me and you on the same accord. Hallelujah. Could I get a second East Grand Bahama? Amen. Hallelujah. Madam Speaker, last week we got the first taste of bad weather just days after hurricane season began with the tropical depression originating off the coast of Mexico. It brought heavy rain flooding to the northern region. In Grand Bahama, I know. People in Marco City told me that y'all having roof leaks. I wouldn't talk about West End and Pine Ridge. It's happened. Our clinics have been compromised. This has happened in Grand Bahama, Abaco, parts of Andros, and even Bimini. Madam Speaker, climate change is real. It's a real phenomenon. You don't get these atypical systems coming off the coast of Mexico with this kind of force. With so many infrastructural projects in train at my ministry, we must not forget the impact of climate change on our already beaten healthcare system. The Bahamas has minimal contribution to the global greenhouse gas emission, less than 0.01%. However, we are still committed to reducing the carbon emissions by 30% by the year 2030. My ministry will be intricately involved with government and non-government agencies to aggressively meet this target as outlined by our predictions. Madam Speaker, we must be mindful that the Bahamas is in the top 10 countries vulnerable for the impact of climate change, and we are among 49 countries committed to the formulation of a climate change health adaptation plan and mitigation strategies to minimize the impact of climate change, particularly on the health and well-being of our people. Thank God, other than heavy rains, we fared relatively well during this unexpected tropical depression. But this type of atypical weather systems only reinforces the possibility that the hurricane season could be very active, and the need for immediate repairs for our clinics across the country is urgent. Madam Speaker, infrastructural upgrades at all our major clinics is a priority for this administration. And I want to assure the residents throughout the Family Islands that funding is available in this year's capital budget to address these essential repairs. The long overdue repairs at the Clarencetown Clinic. I watched a clip on social media where the residents of Clarencetown are crying to ensure that there's upgrade at their facility. I've seen it and I've heard it. Long Island. This administration is committed to improving that healthcare infrastructure, and we're going to do it in short order. The clinic in Mangrove Key, North Andros, and South Andros. The new clinics scheduled for Eleuthera, Exuma, the Berry Islands, Ackland, San Salvador, Bimini. Clinic repairs at our polyclinics in New Providence and Grand Bahama are all a part of my ministry's capital budget fund and in association with the IDB loan facilities that is under our remit. In line item 311203, a budget of $4,386,559 have been allocated for upkeep of clinics. And in line 311205, under heading Hospital and Medical Facilities, $18,648,656 have been allocated for the much-needed repairs and further upgrades at the Princess Margaret Hospital and the Rand Memorial Hospital. Finally, line item 3112205, $1 million was set aside. And the reason why I want to talk about it is because it's set aside specifically for furniture at our polyclinics here in New Providence. I've had the opportunity to walk through our clinics, and much of it has been ready for putting away. We need to really upgrade those areas. In the last 10 months, Anstown, by way of technical consultancy, my ministry is completing the necessary assessment and scope of works at all of our major clinics across the country. Acklands, I know you've been reaching out to me as it relates to what we're doing for the clinics. Meguana, we have been there with our technical support team and our quantity surveyor, and that goes across the archipelago. Funding is in this budget. Madam Speaker, I now turn my attention to the COVID-19 response. COVID-19 is still with us, Bahamas. And like every country around the world, we must adjust our lives and adapt to changing public health policies aimed to protect families and to minimize the risk of community spread. After coming through a difficult fourth wave and de-escalating to a CDC level 1 rating, the Bahamas quickly went back up to level 3, proving that the virus is still with us. As a people, we must continue to fight back. Yes. By complying with the health services rules and public health protocols, and those who are not vaccinated in our country. I want to say that. I'm pleading to you. Those who are not vaccinated, please get vaccinated. Our COVID-19 free testing initiative began as a pilot program in October 2021 in Inagua. I started this pilot project in Inagua first, when I came in as Minister and more and met clusters of infections burning throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. It has expanded to multiple locations nationwide. These free testing sites have proven to be an effective, I want to say that again, effective fighting tool against COVID-19. They are well-managed sites. Results are reported to our epidemiological center and our CMO in real time. And clients with positive tests are instructed by our surveillance unit and contact tracing team on where to go to get the RT-PCR tests, isolation and quarantine instructions. This innovative tool demonstrated around the world, along with vaccination programs, have helped tremendously in our fight in reducing community spread. Madam Speaker, as of June the 13th, 2022, the COVID-19 report date 809, the country reported 26 confirmed cases of COVID-19, 21 cases in New Providence, 3 in Grand Bahama, and 2 locations pending. There are 819 active cases in country and 67 recently recovered. There were 26 cases in hospital with moderate symptoms, and thank God, none are in ICU. We at the Ministry of Health is watching the situation very closely and assure the general public at this particular point in time, there's no need to tighten restrictions. What we are experiencing in the Bahamas with our COVID cases is reflective of what is happening in the region and globally. We are working closely with the Ministry of Tourism to minimize the travel risk at our borders. And once again, we say to Bahamians and visitors alike that COVID-19 is still with us. And the health protocols, inclusive of mask wearing indoors, is crucial in preventing additional community spread. Now, you know, I said earlier that we are removing the testing at our borders. Our team have been doing pollings. Our team have been looking at the scientific data, and we feel that the mask wearing must still be in place at this time. We are watching it very closely. And I want to say that colleagues in the region who removed the mask mandate initially had to reinstate it, proving that the direction that we're heading and what we're doing here in the Bahamas makes sense. Vaccinations against COVID-19 remain a high priority for this administration, and we have adapted the World Health Organization mandate to vaccinate at least 70% of Bahamians by the end of the year. We ask Bahamians everywhere to join us in achieving this ambitious goal that would reduce COVID-19 hospitalizations, save lives, and prevent that heavy influx that we are presently experiencing at the Rand Memorial Hospital and the Princess Margaret Hospital. Madam Speaker, even though the COVID-19 dashboard only takes into consideration the RT-PCR tests, we at the Ministry of Health and Wellness continue to analyze and monitor positive and symptomatic negative rapid antigen test results, both from our free testing centers and private labs. This additional epidemiological tool has been an important component in our surveillance unit in our fight against COVID-19 and has helped tremendously in eliminating clusters of infections, thus limiting the spread of COVID-19 during the 4th and the current 5th wave with the suspected Omicron B2 variant. Over the last month, I've heard utterances from the side opposite who have been trying to promote the ideas that rapid antigen test results should be added into the dashboard test results. Our epidemiologists are of the view that the rapid antigen tests remain a screening test. It's not a diagnostic test, and if incorporated into our dashboard, could potentially contaminate our current database. This is of concern. That is our current position. And the argument by the side opposite seemed to be a bit disingenuous, since during their time in office, not a word was said about them combining these results into their dashboard. It is best practice, yes, sir. COVID-19 vaccination. Madam Speaker, our vaccination campaign started about 1.5 years ago, with the first dose being administered in March 2021 under the former administration led by the former Prime Minister. I believe that the program that was initiated at that particular time was a good program. And when I became minister, I continued the program. And so I just want to make it clear that this minister, whatever he find that works, we will continue it. What do not work, I will change it. Since that time, 347,743 doses have been administered in the Bahamas, which include the first, second, extended primary series and booster doses. While our country's vaccination rate have been increasing, we have noticed that as COVID-19 infection rates decline in the country, the rate of uptake of vaccinations also slowed. As of June the 13th, 2022, 49.3% of our total population have been fully vaccinated. Some other Caribbean countries are doing a bit better, some are doing worse. But when we compare the vaccination of persons, which is about 167,483 persons eligible to be vaccinated, we realize that we have a vaccination rate of just over 51.8%. So we have a ways to go, Bahamas, and to reach the level that is seen in the United States, where you could drop all of the mandates, and what we see throughout the Caribbean. When we examine vaccination rates in our country by age bands, herd immunity is a subjective thing. It varies. It varies. Scientifically, it's all over the place. I think it's an area that we should try to achieve for, and let the scientists make a determination how that herd immunity would be calculated in our country versus other countries. When we examine the vaccination rate in our country by age of bands, we see that the lowest vaccination rate is among persons of the age 30 and below. This is not surprising, because at the start of the pandemic, this group was thought to be less vulnerable to infections. This perspective has since changed. And I encourage all members of the general public who have vaccination hesitancy to visit the ministry's website to get factual information concerning vaccines in our country. Vaccination slots are open for booking across our archipelago. Pfizer vaccines are available at all vaccination centers, and the public is encouraged to book appointments using our online portal or walk-in. We have vaccination sites in New Providence, in our Family Islands. Our vaccination campaign is being run by our Family Island clinics and supported by the Vaccination Committee. Our mobile unit continues to support the immigration population and members of the community who are physically unable to go to the vaccination site. After much negotiation, we secured more than 24,000 doses of Pfizer pediatric vaccine by way of the COVAX facility, thanks to our Prime Minister. You talk about travel. You want me to tell you how this happened? The Prime Minister goes to COP26. He meets his counterpart. He speaks about the challenges we have in getting the pediatric vaccine. I go to the World Health Assembly. I meet with the counterpart in the Ministry of Health. We speak about the vaccines. That member is a part of the board of WHO as it relates to vaccines. Yeah. One thing leading to the next, leading to the next. That don't happen on Zoom. You got to physically go there face to face and make these contacts. That's true. This is good news. And the vaccination effort will be collaborative. Minister of Education, because this is dealing with young people, we need to have the school involved in our plan as well as the parents. At no particular point we want to create the impression that the Ministry of Education or the Ministry of Health is going to force children to take the vaccine. This is a collaborative effort stemmed by the family and the parent. I assure you, absolutely, 100%. But it is important that we have the vaccine in country because many families are asking for it for their children. Some don't want it, but some are asking for it. And it is my job as the Minister of Health to make sure it's available in the country. While abroad, fighting night and day for this vaccine, our anti-vax movement continue to undermine the steps of the government. These vaccines are completely voluntary. There's no need to push an agenda. The government has not made this mandatory. It's voluntary. Allow people to make their own choices. And even though we are encouraging eligible citizens and residents alike to get vaccinated, it's important to know that it is your choice. After much negotiation, we are excited that finally the pediatric vaccine will be arriving in the country in short order, and we will have another tool in our toolbox: free testing, vaccinations, public rules. And this is important for our children in the classroom, because our minister is fighting to get more kids in the classroom. The science is clear. We have to get our kids in school, and we need to find those ministers who have lost their way and come up with a plan in order for them to get back into our schools. Madam Speaker, once again, on behalf of the people of the Bahamas, I wish to express our gratitude to the United States Embassy, PAHO, for the donation of the Pfizer vaccines through the Caribbean Public Health Agency and the COVAX facility. A lot of countries are trying to do what we're doing, but we have diplomatic partners who are coming to our rescue, and we need to be grateful. Madam Speaker, over the past 10 months since taking responsibility of the Minister of Health and Wellness, I have observed tremendous deficiencies that exist in our healthcare delivery system, not only in Nassau and Grand Bahama, but throughout the Family Islands. During my visit to our clinics throughout the country, and trust me, I went to see them myself, ain't no one tell me about the state of the clinics in Abaco, Eleuthera. No. I've seen them.
No, I was there with you.
I've seen them. I know what I'm dealing with. And it is evident that the human resources component in healthcare throughout the country is in a critical state. My ministry is moving to correct these deficiencies, and I am pleased to announce that the Cabinet of the Bahamas have approved the hiring of 478. We're serious about trying to get healthcare back on track. We ain't talking this. We're bringing in 478 allied health professionals, clerks, handyman, nurse assistants, Family Island ambulance drivers, janitress, to be deployed throughout the Bahamas. And the good news is I've already started some of the training. I have my first batch of practical nurse assistants graduating in July of this year to be deployed into the healthcare system. 50 young Bahamians who have been dying for the opportunity. They're coming on board. With this increase in human resources, along with the 50 Cuban nurses, we believe we will be able to reduce some of the delays being experienced in the delivering of primary healthcare services across our archipelago. Madam Speaker, during this budget cycle, my ministry includes plans and activities from the following areas and agencies: the Public Hospitals Authority, the Department of Public Health, National Health Insurance, and I want to add our nurses, because I want to speak about our nurses. Please do. Madam Speaker, I now turn my attention to the Public Hospitals Authority, the arm of my ministry responsible for the management and upgrade of our 3 public hospitals: the Princess Margaret Hospital, the Grand Bahama Health Services, which is inclusive of the Rand Memorial Hospital, and 10 clinics extending from West End all the way to Sweetens Key. The Sandilands Rehabilitation Center, 2 associated agencies called the Emergency Medical Services and the Supplies Management Agency. Madam Speaker, the PHA, despite the licks that they take, remains steadfast in providing exemplary patient care for the residents and visitors of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. The PHA continues to focus its effort on critical areas that impact the operation and the development of the Bahamian people, its infrastructure, its policies, and its processes for safety and quality healthcare delivery systems. Madam Speaker, similar to the Department of Public Health, the Public Hospitals Authority also experienced some acute shortages. I want to say that again. We came to office after the last administration left office, and we found acute shortages in medical, nursing, allied health professionals, and important areas such as critical care nursing. This is what I found. Emergency care support, deficiencies with dialysis, theaters not operational, deficiencies in radiology, laboratory techs exiting the system, pharmacy, rehabilitation therapies, and little or no biomedical maintenance. How do you expect these equipment to run if you don't have a staff to repair them? Over the last few months, the PHA has undertaken several initiatives aimed at addressing these shortages. The most recent success realized is the recruitment of 14 Cuban healthcare professionals outside of the 50 Cuban nurses that was brought in the early stages of the fourth wave of the COVID-19 pandemic. They include 4 biomedical engineers, 6 pharmacists, 2 ophthalmologists. I've had calls as minister. The ophthalmology unit has not been functional. I've helped, by way of my office, many Bahamians who could not get the services for cataract and retinal detachments. 2 ophthalmologists, 1 radiologist, an additional nephrologist to try to fill in the gap with the amount of cases with renal failure. Madam Speaker, another initiative that is innovative in order for the PHA to be able to keep its 4,000 professionals trained, current, will be activated next month, and it will be called the PHA Academy. This is very important because in healthcare delivery systems, there's ongoing training, and we need an arm of the Ministry of Health to ensure that those training modalities in place, to ensure that quality control mechanisms are constantly reviewed and there can be patient satisfaction. This is necessary and will ensure in-house training for team members. They need recertification and additional training so that we can do better in delivering the quality of care that Bahamians truly deserve. Madam Speaker, the PHA and other departments in my ministry are working with all unions. I heard the leader on the side opposite spoke about the issues with nurses as if it's something we created. Man, you've been there for 5 years. You couldn't even meet the commitment of the former agreement. I did it when I came. So I know the challenges, and I'm not about to beat anyone on the stick, but it's a bit disingenuous. Therefore, I am happy to report that negotiations with the unions representing our employees are ongoing. Mr. Bernard Evans, our labor consultant, was elected to facilitate this process in the shortest possible time. Madam Speaker, we have weathered many storms in the last 3 years. And with the COVID pandemic, the wear and tear to our physical plant at the Princess Margaret Hospital is self-evident. Both facilities need immediate and substantial upgrades. The tropical storm that just passed, I've seen the videos with the poor integrity of the roof. $19 million of renovations with a roof with little or no integrity. It is the #1 thing in renovations. Start from the roof down, not from the floor up. So the tropical depression came to Grand Bahama, and we had sections of the Rand Memorial Hospital leaking, creating havoc and putting in jeopardy a lot of the renovations that took place under the former administration. Both facilities need immediate upgrades. As a result, Head 60, line item 2511213, the PHA budget is increased by $9 million. In 2021, the PHA had a budget of $223,455,854. And today, in this budget, there's $232,455,854 in this budget. Because we have no alternative facilities, I want to say this. These upgrades, listen to me, Grand Bahama and New Providence, these upgrades at our hospitals will take place while we try to provide services. You have asked us to improve our efficiency. We need to improve the power plant. We need to make sure that our facilities are at a point that is acceptable for healthcare workers to work in. We are going on that mission to do that, but it's going to be a few bumps, and there are going to be a few areas that you may feel a bit uncomfortable for patient satisfaction. We're asking the general public to please bear with us as we work towards improving these facilities and to be able to provide services more effectively. The bottom line is that the PHA is no longer severely under budgeted and have some additional funding to improve healthcare delivery systems at our hospitals in Grand Bahama, New Providence, and we will work together with public health to ensure that our clinics are in the same state. This budgetary increase will ensure that our clinics and hospitals are adequately stocked with drugs. Oh man, I want to stop there for a minute. My colleagues know what's going on. When I came as minister, I met a budget deficit at the PHA of some $25 million. We had great difficulty to get drugs. But our cabinet colleagues, we bite the bullet. We found the revenue. We couldn't find it all one time, but we made a commitment to our suppliers to ensure that our clinics have medication. This budget, with the increases, will help us to stock out our clinics, get ready for this hurricane season, fix some of the staff shortages, and begin to deploy some of our nurses and doctors where they need to be. I want to say, since coming to office, we brought on 15 doctors. I got money in this budget for 15 more because there is a need, and we have to meet those needs. Madam Speaker, in addition to the new contemplated budget, what has been this budget cycle, I want to let you know that my ministry is also going to be managing additional capital works left behind by the former administration. And in a few days, we will be awarding some contracts for the upgrade in New Providence and in Grand Bahama. The current capital works projects that is ongoing before this new budget kicks in is the Princess Margaret Hospital Accident and Emergency renovation. That's ongoing. The Princess Margaret morgue. When I came in, I saw the pictures of bodies all over the place. I went in there and decided to help to ensure that our loved ones in their finding resting place at the hospital will be in a decent state. We renovated the COVID-19 legacy unit. This is where our intensive care patients go. We did work on that. We are now renovating on the hospital compound the Buttons Flat so that we have spaces for some 30 nurses. We're renovating the Elizabeth Estate Clinic, and we're now in phase 2. We're renovating the South Beach Clinic, and that should be completed by another 3 months. We're now moving in for the Blue Hills Clinic because that clinic is necessary because the individuals who were in the Blue Hills Clinic is now at the Fleming Street Clinic, and we need to debundle it. We're gonna renovate, member for East Grand Bahama, the hospital morgue at the Rand Memorial Hospital. I am gonna stay in the spirit because we're gonna announce that contract on Friday, this Friday. We will. It ain't no continuation. You had an opportunity to do it and you did nothing. This government found the resources, this government signed a contract, and this government would deliver for the people of Grand Bahama. Talk is cheap. You had your chance, man, and you blew it. You know phase two? You want me to take you in the morgue and see what you left behind? I say no more, my brother. I know I wouldn't want to go there. As a matter of fact, I told the pathologist if I was to die in Freeport, please let my wife come bathe me. Yeah. Hey, I walked through there and I had to sit down for about 20 minutes to catch myself. That's what you left behind. I say no more. In our blueprint for change, we articulated our vision for the construction of 2 new state-of-the-art hospitals. One in Grand Bahama and the other in New Providence. The feasibility study for the new state-of-the-art hospital in New Providence is near completion, and there's a few potential sites. I say no more on that one. But I am pleased to report that the total funding requirements for the new hospital for Grand Bahama has been secured by way of the World Bank and the Bank of Santander. It can happen. This one can happen.
Action.
Madam Speaker, the geotechnical studies for the proposed site in Grand Bahama began yesterday by a company, an engineering company out of Florida, who was testing the rock where this high-rise medical facility would be placed. I want to say to the people of Grand Bahama, this hospital will come. This hospital will come. And when it's completed, we will not have 2 campuses. The Rand Memorial Hospital will be a secondary facility for outpatient, geriatric, and mental health patients. Trust me. I want to let you know, I am getting ready to lay the Mental Health Act in this house in short order. And this Mental Health Act will begin to change things throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. You drive our streets in New Providence and Grand Bahama, and you're beginning to see things that you have never seen before. We intend to address it head on and create the avenue in order for these individuals to have adequate mental health services. I will let you know in due time. Yeah, I will give you time. Don't worry about it. You will soon know. I want to thank the health planners and the BEG group for the new designs for our hospital, which are near completion. A new hospital will be constructed on a new greenfield site, and this would mean hundreds of construction jobs and employment opportunities for Bahamians in the healthcare sector, particularly those in Grand Bahama. We intend to break grounds, East Grand Bahama, for this new facility in a matter of months. And funding for the Geotechnical and Capital Works foundations for this project is reflective in my ministry Capital Works budget 3111-312, called the Freeport Hospital Development Company equity contribution of $12.5 million. Madam Speaker, more will be said about this new hospital in the weeks and months ahead, and the special vehicle that would be necessary in order for us to accomplish this. I now turn my attention to the Department of Public Health. Madam Speaker, the Department of Public Health is an agency in my ministry with responsibility for the provision of public primary and urgent care services for 80 primary health care facilities at varying levels of care across the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, the preliminary health utilization data for the period of 2018 to 21 revealed that some 580,045 visits were made at primary health care facilities across the country. So it's over 500,000 visits. This overall figure showed an increase of 29% to the overall visits made to our clinics. However, there was a noticeable decline in the annual visits of healthcare facilities in New Providence over the period of 2019 to 2021, a decline of some 24%. We are analyzing this data, but preliminary findings confirm that the decline is primarily preliminary associated with the COVID-19 pandemic. Also, it's important to note that the preliminary data regarding immunization coverage for infants born in 2020 implied that the COVID pandemic impacted our immunization program for children 2 months to 15 months of age. The immunization program across the country is back on track. And in collaboration with the Pan American Health Organization, we have activated an immunization digital platform so that we can do a better job throughout the country in monitoring what is happening with this program. Madam Speaker, the data for the period 1995 to 2019 revealed that our infant mortality rate at that time was 12.7% per 100,000 live births. Since then, the infant mortality rate, excluding the year 1999, ranged from 14% of 1,000 live births in 1998. The data for 2018 to 19 seem to suggest, and this is alarming, that our infant mortality rate was somewhere between 17.5% to 19.4% per 100,000 live births. This is a problem for us, and we need to move quickly to address this issue. We need to do it in collaboration with our consultancy from the Pan American Health Organization, and if we need to bring people from outside to assist us, we need to get it done sooner than later. The death rate among infants and children less than 14 years to prove to be on the rise as well. And I want to say that we have funding in this budget that we are able to get the necessary manpower, resources, so that we can be able to address this situation. My ministry, in collaboration with the Maternal and Child Health Technical Advisory Group and PAHO, will review strategies to address factors contributing to the sustained high level of infant mortality rate in the Bahamas, with an aim to achieve a level less than 10 deaths per 100,000 births. I am committed, along with the team associated with this, to get back into those communities and find those children in our country who are not immunized for the essential programs and get them sorted out. Madam Speaker, the leading cause of death in our country is no longer HIV. It is ischemic heart disease that is directly related to non-communicable diseases. This is of concern. And my colleague for Angleston, every time she see me, she say, Dr. D, you're doing all of these things. What are you doing for non-communicable diseases? How are we going to get our people back on track? How are we going to prevent hypertension and diabetes that is ramping wild in our community? These statistics are very alarming. And in this year's budget, funding is available, listen to this, East Grand Bahama, for behavioral modification programs that will promote lifestyle changes to improve medical outcomes for our population. You know, I've been around for some time, and I could tell you, we have many people who are suffering from chronic non-communicable diseases. The COVID pandemic prevented a lot of them from getting the necessary medical care, and in some instances, their medication. So it means that we have an unstable patient who need constant care, who is not getting the care, and when he or she don't get the care, they end up in the hospital. Our hospitals are bursting from the seams. Primary health care and close monitoring of these individuals in the community helps the Ministry of Health and prevent these individuals from showing up and taking beds that are preventable if we do what we need to do in the community. Madam Speaker, the adequate provision of primary health care is the backbone of the healthcare delivery services because it focuses on prevention and management of communicable and non-communicable diseases. The Department of Public Health must no longer be left behind and will be mandated to produce medical and epidemiological data and trends of diseases that would be used to guide my ministry and our cabinet to adjust policies in favor of our people. In this year's budget, funding is available to deploy manpower resources, improve services at our primary health care facilities, prevent hospital admissions, and reduce morbidity and mortality. That's the reason why I'm here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, the Department of Public Health is responsible for the administration and upkeep of 80 clinics extended throughout our archipelago, including Grand Bahama and New Providence. I am pleased to report that my ministry is working closely with our IDB project execution unit, managing the 2 IDB loan facilities with a total amount of some $60 million, along with a $5.9 million European Union grant. We are making steady progress, Madam Speaker, for the construction of 9 new clinics across the Family Islands. I want to say that again. 9 new clinics across the Family Islands. 2 for Elutra.
Amen.
2. You in the spirit?
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
But listen here. We already had the public consultation.
Done been there.
We already been there. We done talked to the people.
They happy too, Doc.
2 out of 9. And on top of that, we have the resources for the renovation of an additional 17 clinics across our archipelago, all an essential part of universal primary health care platform.
Yes.
Very important.
The total projected cost for these renovations and new clinics is $29.5 million,
Good investment.
part of the $65 million that is with the Ministry of Health. I've been working on this for 10 months, my brother. I've been talking this. I've been visiting.
No, before that, from members in Senate.
I've been dealing with this. And trust me, my quantity surveyor, who is a part of my staff at the Ministry of Health, have been to pretty much all of these clinics to scope the works. I'm guessing this, man.
Right.
I've been down this road before.
Yes.
Yes.
I've been down this road before, and Hurricane Matthew put me in a ditch. Trust me. I ain't going there no more. I hit the ground running, brother. During our assessment of healthcare infrastructure throughout the Family Islands and looking at the possible sustainable health models that would be necessary to improve health outcomes, we have determined that the current emergency medical services on our Family Island got to go. Listen to me, Family Islands. Abaco, Ilustra, Andros. We are bringing emergency medical services on the ground. Under our IDB loan facilities, the procurement has already gone out for 16 ambulances that would be deployed throughout the Family Islands. We're going to train ambulance drivers in the Family Islands. And your loved ones will not be on the back of the truck waiting to go for hospital care. We can do this thing right. We're all taxpayers. And we are going to be able to do what we need to do right. Bring it on, bam. Therefore, as part of the component 3 of the 1053 IDB loan facility, the project execution unit budgeted $900,000 for the purchase of 16 new ambulances, not refurbished, new ambulances to be deployed throughout the Family Islands. Included in this total is the allocation for training for ambulance drivers. You know, I saw the picture in Clarence Town with an ambulance, a used ambulance sitting there. You know, there's no one trained to drive it at that level. See, it's easy to put a key in someone's hand and say, go pick up that person. Emergency medical service is more than just turning the key. Yes, sir. These projects will not only have significant impact in the quality of healthcare delivery for residents on the islands, but it will pave the way for increases in both local and direct investment and home ownership in these islands. We have done a study. We have had a consultancy that proved that there's a lot of second homeowners who would like to buy property in our Family Islands. Because of the primitive medical services provided, it has been a deterrent. If we are able to put these programs in place, more people will see our Family Islands as an area to have a second home. Madam Speaker, we are also working diligently to bring telemedicine to our Family Islands. After discussions with BTC, plans are currently in place to ensure that the fiber optic connectivity is available at our clinics, which is paramount to launch the telemedicine platform to assist our physicians in remote areas. This is something that the former administration talked about, but failed to deliver. We are not going to miss this opportunity, Senators. We are going to deliver on telemedicine networks throughout our Family Islands and create the connectivity at our tertiary facility to help our doctors who are in remote areas with limited diagnostic equipment. It's budgeted. Look at line item 3112235. It's clear. The sum of $5.6 million is allocated for this purpose. As Minister, I'm excited about the direction this New Day administration is heading. I look forward to updating this Parliament and the Bahamian people of our progress with what we're doing in the Family Islands over the next few months. Madam Speaker, also by way of the IDB loan facility, weather-resistant prefabricating isolating modules will be purchased and mounted on foundation in close proximity to clinics throughout our Family Islands as part of our COVID response and to isolate individuals or quarantine individuals in those communities who have complications of COVID-19 and possibly need to be airlifted out of the Family Islands. This will improve medical outcomes and help to prevent community spread. And once again, funding is available for this in line item 28222015 under the programs to support health sector for COVID-19. Madam Speaker, I now turn my attention to nursing across the healthcare system. And to say that my ministry is actively engaged in an exercise to promote nurses across the board. In the last 10 months, 17 nursing students graduated from the University of the Bahamas. and we took them on. An additional 15 nurses are expected to complete all the requirements for the Nursing Council graduation in July of this year. My ministry, thanks to the Minister of Finance, is prepared to engage all interested graduates in the public healthcare sector. These new hires will help us to address some of the current deficits that exist throughout the public medical facilities, and I'm pleased to report, in collaboration with the Pan American Health Organization, we develop a strategic plan for nursing and midwifery. The strategic plan will be aligned with the health system governance and transformation initiatives currently in place. The plan is to design and to ensure that our nurses and midwives have access to further training. I am pleased to report that the University of the Bahamas and other training institutions will soon support postgraduate trainings for all qualified nurses, and funding in the sum of $800,000 is located in Head 60, line item 2281171, for nursing training programs. We ain't just talking this. We intend to make some serious inroads as it relates to getting these specialty nurses on the ward. Last week, our nurses went to the poll for a strike vote concerning many long-standing issues. We are at the bargaining table. The Ministry of Health is at the bargaining table with our nurses. We are at the bargaining table with our consultant and junior doctor unions as well. Our labor consultant is Mr. Evans, and he is leading the charge both for the PHA and the Ministry of Health. And his mandate is to resolve these issues as soon as possible. Much of the complaint revolves around the working environment that are long-standing issues, and funding is available in my budget to address the majority of these concerns. We look forward to continue working with the unions and to address the challenges that is affecting our medical team, the people who are going to take care of us if we become ill, and by extension, our clients at the ministry, who are the Bahamian people who come to us on a daily basis. Madam Speaker, I now turn my attention to national health insurance. National health insurance is our baby. This is the PLP baby. It was birthed out of the belly of the PLP. This is a social initiative launched in our last term in office, despite all of the challenges and the pushbacks. It was birthed in 2017 by the PLP.
And conceived by the PLP.
Hey, it was birthed by us for them who are deserving. For you too, yes, my brother. Yeah, I never excluded you. When I say the Bahamian people, it includes you and me.
You signed up.
We finally settled on a phased approach and launched the first phase of universal primary health care in early 2017. Today, but let me give some credit where credit's due. We birthed it. We passed the baton on to the Free National Movement. The Free National Movement contributed. Oh, you contributed. And today, we can boast by the work that has been done by two organizations that we have 130,000 Bahamians who have access to primary health care services across the country. The goal of NHI is to ensure that those enrolled have access to quality, not just health care, but quality, affordable health care services, which they truly deserve. The current priorities of national health insurance are as follows: beneficiary enrollment and growth, the expansion of the provider network, health systems strengthening and saving resources, the expansion of benefit packages, maintain and improve successful models of healthcare throughout the country. During this budget communication, NHI will continue to roll out primary care transformation initiatives. This initiative aims to integrate public and private clinics in the delivery of healthcare services throughout the country. We want to amalgamate it. This use of technology and funding will allow NHI to create quality improvements in the public healthcare system. Going forward, digitization and transformation will remain the major mandate of NHI, and I'm pleased to say we will not be working in separate silos. You know, you come into these ministries, I've been around for a little while. This person doing this over here, they're doing this over here. We ain't working in those silos no more. We are gonna amalgamate what we're doing and use resources effectively. Madam Speaker, like all arms of my ministry, the National Health Insurance Authority is ready to adapt to all of the well-thought-out wellness initiatives, and including a suite of benefits with selective catastrophic care in areas of cancer screening, treatment of breast ailments, including cervical screening, prostate cancer screening, cardiovascular conditions, and getting a close beaming approach on end-stage renal disease. But in the midst of these important milestones, we all can concede that hundreds of poor Bahamians with life-threatening and life-disabling catastrophic illnesses sit and wait for immediate intervention because they simply do not have the financial means to do so. I am pleased to report that the new NHIA board is currently in place and positioned to deliver on the government's agenda clearly outlined in our blueprint for change. Madam Speaker, as we progress towards increasing our focus on wellness and expanding primary healthcare packages, I am pleased to report that Head 60, line item 2511210 for NHI, the budget was increased from 45 million in 2021 to 46.2 million in 2022. There are still some budgetary shortfalls, but this increase is reflective of the increased demand for the growing universal primary healthcare component of NHI. Over the last few months, collaborative meetings have been held by the Public Hospitals Authority, the Department of Public Health, the Ministry of Health, and all other agencies, and NHIA, paving the way for greater collaboration across my ministry, aimed to prevent duplication, wastage of precious government resources, and to improve our healthcare system. Yes. We believe that we are ready for the second phase of NHI. And the MOU with the Columbia Health Services, I believe, will help us to achieve this important goal. Madam Speaker, the NHIA Act 2017 has served its purpose and allowed us to deliver the first phase of universal primary health care. Our blueprint for change made it clear that this administration intends to implement phase 2 of our plan as we move towards universal health care by way of catastrophic health insurance. I am informed by the AG's office that the long-awaited National Health Insurance Bill 2022 is near completion. And after consultation with stakeholders, it will be laid in this honorable house to be repealed and replaced by a new NHIA Act, paving the way for better primary health care packages and the long-awaited catastrophic health insurance. I'm excited, man. Bring it on, bam! Yes, by way of IDB funding for digitization to my ministry and NHI primary health care partners, we will finalize the implementation of the digital medical record across our clinics and extension into our hospitals. Our medical record will follow us if we in Inagua or in Bimini. I'm looking forward to this. A lot of work has been done concerning it. I'm about now to amalgamate it. I am convinced that we have the resources in order to do it. And we look forward, Prime Minister, for the signing of this historic MOU with the Colombian Health Services and its universal healthcare unit, simply because they have a very effective universal healthcare, cost-effective universal healthcare system, and we intend to learn from them. Once again, I would like to publicly thank our chairman, Dr. Kendall Major, and his entire team at the NHIA board for their hard work and for bringing us closer to the realization of healthcare for all Bahamians. Madam Speaker, lots have been done in my ministry over the last 10 months. Yes. Despite finding in excess of $50 million of unbudgeted debt. Wow. It crippled us initially. It affected our wellness programs. It affected the Department of Public Health and the PHA. And it affected our transformative agenda. As a new minister, it was my job to stabilize the ship. Get it done. I zip my mouth, take my licks, and stabilize it. And get it back in a functional state. I believe that the former administration, Barnabas, you have squandered a real opportunity to deliver essential changes in our healthcare system. This is my belief. You could differ. We on this side don't intend to make the same mistake, my brother. And this year's budget, we have laid a solid foundation to bring meaningful change in our public healthcare system and drive it into the 21st century. Our blueprint for change clearly outlined what we promised the Bahamian people. We intend to deliver on those promises for healthcare reform while working closely with our cabinet colleagues to create opportunities, employment, and training for young Bahamians who are interested in healthcare professions. The former Prime Minister said many things could not be done. But very soon, he will have to eat those words. Because in a few short months, we will break ground. Listen to me, St. Barnabas. We will break ground on the long-awaited hospital for Grand Bahama that would provide oncology services and subspecialty services for Grand Bahama. Finally, before taking my seat, I would like to thank all of the hard-working staff across the healthcare sector who have continued to give good service to the Bahamian people. Over the last 10 months, your New Day government sowed good seed in fertile ground. Yes. We have a lot of work to do to reap the reward, but my Bible tells me, Marco City, it tells me that with God on your side, your labor will not be in vain. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a question for the member for Tall Pines. The Coconut Grove Clinic has been down from 2018, so this isn't about ascribing any blame here, right? From 2018, and it provided necessary prenatal and neonatal services to not only to that community, but there are persons who came from other communities because of the significance of the type of services that they offered. In your assessment and the Brigham Bram experience that you're sharing, right? Will the people of Coconut Grove be able to experience that in terms of some sort of assessment of the...
Thank you.
Barnabas, it's a good question, and I want to let you know that Minister Halkitis have approached me time and time again. So even though you sit in the seat, Minister Halkitis is very concerned about that clinic, and we have looked at the clinic. I'm prepared to go to the clinic one more time with you again to look at it again. It has some issues. And my quantity surveyor and structural engineers have guided me on those issues. Alcides is on my case every day for the Coconut Grove Clinic because it did serve a purpose. The physical structure is of concern to us. It's an old house. It does not meet the requirements necessary to get the approvals under the NHIA authority in order for us to amalgamate it in NHI. I'm concerned about it, but you know, with that being said, it's all gone. But I have been informed by my engineers and quantity surveyors that it may be appropriate for us to abandon that site and look for a new site. But I'm prepared to listen to what you have to say because I went to see it myself. And I know the need is there, but for us at the Ministry of Health, it is our responsibility to ensure that public funds are handled appropriately rather than throwing money behind a structure that have a very short lifespan. So we may have to look at a new location. But I'm telling you, like I said, the amalgamation of the Fleming Street with the Blue Hills Clinic. I went to the Blue Hills Clinic and I was told that the clinic falls under the remit of antiquities and monuments, which means that I don't have the ability to go down there and break walls down. But I have been mindful and now I'm convinced that I need to open that clinic. So I'm prepared to sit with you and we can look at it. But I want you to know that Minister Alcides have been speaking to me time and time again as it relates to the program. No, for the people. It's for the people. He has people who voted for him too, you know. He voted. Not everyone voted for the PLP.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Let me make that clear. There's some people in that constituency who love Alcides. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Tall Pines. Thank you very much. And I do appreciate you saying that my opponent is very interested in the outcome of the clinic. But I stand here. No, I'm scared. I'm here. Re-elected. I'm scared. No, but I thank you for your attention because it is something that's been pressing. That's been pressing.
I'm very aware of it. I'm aware of it.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Madam Speaker, I have a quick question for the minister who advised that he's going to obtain 16 new ambulances for the family islands out of a budget of $900,000. Most ambulances cost at about $100,000 in good condition. So what is the price on these ambulances that you're getting unless you're planning that when they come from up north to south, that's one, when they go back up north, that's two?
I'm a procurement specialist. I'm not a procurement specialist. Procurement specialist is a member of the team for the IDB Project Execution Unit. They have given me figures in where they're going to go and how they're going to purchase the ambulance. It's the same thing with purchasing selective catastrophic care. If I go to a doctor who have... You took a truth serum. Huh? You took a truth serum. It is a truth serum. It is. I always speak the truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God. When you buy in bulk, you get better deals. When you buy individually, you get different prices. Our procurement specialist has given me a figure. That particular figure has been allocated for the purchase of the ambulance that I've spoken about. If you're very keen about knowing it, I will speak to you. No problem. None at all. I have nothing. These are factual information.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member of St. Barnabas.
For Tall Pines, just a quick question. This $10 million for catastrophic healthcare services. How's that going to be facilitated? What is that about? Okay, just you can handle that, Honorable Member. Just sorry if I'm.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Tall Pines.
You got an appointment?
Your leader was here. He asked me the same question. I spoke a bit about it, and I told him as we go into the heads, there will be certain things that I will be prepared to speak about. Certain things, I made it clear. that the whole thing will be transparent. It'll be audited by an independent accounting firm. And a lot of the parameters associated with how it be executed will be collective responsibility by our cabinet.
Send me 10 names from Freetown, send me 15 names.
You could send me some from Marco City. Me and you don't live like that. These are Bahamians who need help.
The chair
Yeah.
recognizes the honorable member for West Farm.
No, he conceded to that. Yeah.
No, that's not the issue. Because I didn't.
Now to hear from Golden Isles, Madam Speaker, I ask that we extend the meeting beyond 7 p.m.
Is there a seconder? Thank you, Honorable Member. It is moved and seconded that the business of this House proceeds beyond the 7 o'clock hour. All those in favor shall remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is agreed. The business of this House will now proceed beyond the 7 o'clock hour. As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Isles.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Isles.
Yes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, thank you. I rise this evening and I'm thankful, I'm grateful to Almighty God for touching the hearts of the good people of the great constituency of Golden Isles, who, because of them, I stand here this evening. This evening, I have the task of bringing in the ship in a very technical presentation that should be about 2.5 hours, under an hour. I have to skillfully navigate and bring it in for under an hour. I'm sure my colleagues would appreciate that. I'm asking you, Garden Hill, stay with me. Freetown, stay with me. Seabreeze, don't leave me. West End, you have no choice but to be here. Cat Island, please don't leave me. You know, as the good member from Tall Pines was making his presentation and he kept saying, Brigham Bram. I was wondering if he used to listen to me when I was in the radio, because I used to just say, wham, bam, Brigham Bram. And I think he's a Valley boy and St. Barnabas. Okay. But I am mindful of coming from humble origins, my mom hailed from Tarpon Bay, Luthra, father from Greencastle to Luthra. Yes, and my father is deceased and gone on, but my mom is still alive. She's here in New Providence, and I want the persons who are wondering in the Luthra how she is, she's fine. And by God's grace, I'll be coming home with her at some point soon, by His grace. We are living in challenging times. In a post-Dorian Bahamas, and hopefully, if not, soon to be post-COVID-19 Bahamas, and where economically, socially, financially, we've taken some devastating blows. I'm thankful and I'm grateful to Almighty God that the party that was there historically and was able to bring us out of the doldrums and to establish a vibrant and robust middle class
at the helms again during these trying times. And I'm sure with the trajectory, with the direction we're headed in, I'm sure the results, I'm assured, will be the same. And to God, I'm thankful and I'm grateful. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to begin with talking about some issues related to the constituency. As you know, Golden Isles is the largest constituency in the country. The population extremely diverse, socially and economically. In an effort to meet some of the needs of persons, we've embarked on a number of initiatives throughout the constituency to try to improve the quality of life. Of course, the need to provide employment is paramount. Many of our constituents, like I'm sure in other constituencies, are unemployed due to no fault of their own in many instances. And lots of times it's connected directly to the pandemic. While the economy is in the process of rebounding and bouncing back, we have sought to assist residents as best we can. We have partnered with several entrepreneurs in our constituency to provide training for constituents. In January of this year, we launched our second session of the Golden Isles Beauty Trade Initiative with Dr. Cheyenne Williams of the Faces of Beauty School of Cosmetology and Workforce Training. Residents got their certification in hair care, treatment, and professional manicure and pedicure, as well as facial makeup. These sessions were extremely successful. In fact, they were oversubscribed. And many of the participants are now themselves entrepreneurs or pursuing, certainly, that path. Others are employed in the field. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we're presently conducting another training seminar. Matter of fact, occurred today with Mrs. Christina Burrows-Clare of Effective Training Service Institute. Participants will be certified in customer service, and they will would have gotten complete and in-depth training on how to start their own business, also to being the consummate professional and the network marketing. With the help of colleagues, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we're thankful, we're grateful that we've provided to date almost 100 jobs for residents of Golden Isles, but the need is still great. As you know, the end of every academic year, we have thousands of young people seeking to join the workforce. And this year, certainly no different. We're doing all we can to assist and to help them to find employment or seek higher education at UB, BTVI, or other institutions, whether at home or abroad. To this end, late in the year, we will be launching our Golden Isles Constituency Scholarship Program. This past Mother's Day, in our constituency, we ventured on a guided tour of the Clifton Heritage National Park, and it was followed by a sunset dinner at Johnson's Beach at Clifton. It was truly an amazing and informative afternoon, as it was the first time some persons had ever visited the historic Clifton Heritage National Park. This coming Saturday, for our pre-Father's Day event, we will be converging on Bacardi Park from 12 noon to about 6 p.m. for the historic Golden Isles Games. It will include a basketball tournament, and West End, my knees will not permit me to participate. I can only watch and coach. And you know, I am told by Apostle Carlos Reed that our Prime Minister will be the coach, but I told him I'll be assisting. I'm not sure if you're playing or I'm assisting, St. Barnabas. I'm the assistant coach. And you better have your three-point game on. Also, they'll be playing there'll be dominoes, chess, checkers, cards, darts, and there'll be a casino room featuring blackjack and roulette tables on. As you know, some games I'm not privileged to be part of West End. And in the Democratic Society, I was outvoted, and I was the lone one to have voted against it. And here I am. And so I had to yield, but I assure you, there will not be any exchange of monies in the process. Also, of course, the grills will be lit, and there'll be lots of food and drinks. And so it's a time for men in the constituency to come out, fathers in particular, and to be a part of it. The summer holidays are upon us, and as we seek to engage our students for this period, we're partnering with churches in the constituency with their programs, trying to ensure that none of the children are left behind, and all of them are involved with some activity, positive activity, this summer. In addition, we're providing, of course, a number of summer jobs for students in our constituency age 15 and older. Applications are at the constituency office on a first-come, first-served basis. In January of this year, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Golden Isles Health and Wellness Program was launched. Exercise classes are held every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday evening from 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. on Bacardi Park, and sometimes it moves to other parks in the constituency. This program has created a WhatsApp group that gives advice on health concerns, weight loss, and healthy meal plans. And I was on it, but I need to get back on it. Exercise classes are held via this medium whenever there's inclement weather that prevent outdoor activities. I'm pleased to report that this initiative has been a resounding success, and persons even from other constituencies participate. The needs are many, the needs are great in Golden Isles. We have dialogue with the Minister of State and Social Services, responsible for urban development, and we will be establishing a Golden Isles Urban Renewal Center this summer. Yes, sir. I wish to thank the member with responsibility for urban for assistance in accommodating this request. Presently, residents in Golden Isles seeking help from Social Services, West End, have to go all the way to the pit road in Oaksfield. And it is our hope that once we establish the urban center, that part of it would be eliminated, and they can get whatever they need, the assistance they need from the center. We have done a tremendous amount of work throughout our constituency. Particularly, we've been in the Coral Harbor area with respect to cleaning up the parks, cleaning and clearing the verges, some vacant lots. And we should be completing the area soon, and to ensure that residents feel safe in their environment. And they've expressed their thanks, but the issues of flooding throughout the constituency, especially in the Coral Harbor area, continues to be of grave concern. We have reached out to the good member from Fort Charlotte, the Minister of Works, and for urgent assistance, and I'm pleased to report that a team from the ministry has been in the area recently to assess the situation and to come up with the best possible solution to solve this matter permanently. As you know, the residents in Coral Harbor and the south end and surrounding streets of the main Coral Harbor thoroughfare, there's only one way out for them. And whenever the water level is too high, it's extremely challenging. And so we look forward to a speedy solution. We also in need of road repairs. As you know, because of our recent weather patterns, the potholes that have been repaired recently, you know what happened there. They're now in a state of disrepair and need to be repaired again as a result of the downpours we were having. Again, a team from the Ministry of Works came, assessed, and they've assured us that once the water dries up, they will assist us. There's a saying, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you're from Luther, you would know this, and all of us of the age, we should have known this, but there's a saying that says cleanliness is next to godliness. And sometimes we wonder what has gone wrong with us. We continue to have indiscriminate dumping in Golden Isles, and we'll speak to that a little later on as I conclude. Every Saturday, one Saturday in every month, we organize or clean up in different areas of the constituency. Because of inclement weather, we've not been able to do it the way we wanted, but we expect to get back on track with that. It is my hope to continue conversations with the Minister of Education, my colleague from Engliston, as Golden Isles is the biggest constituency with the most registered voters, and of course, increased housing is on the way. There is one school in Golden Isles, one small primary school with maybe 100 students in Adelaide. So you know the need for a state-of-the-art educational facility in Golden Isles can be accommodated from preschoolers all the way to high school. And it can happen, and we'll be having those conversations expecting some fruitful results. And now, for persons in the constituency, our office located on Bacardi Road near Carmichael Road, open Mondays to Fridays from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. The numbers are 603-0607 or 603-1757. And I wish to state at the onset, as I'm now getting into my presentation, that I will not be addressing matters relating to natural resources at this time. The natural resources sector of the ministry will be elevated early in the new budget cycle, and at that time will be addressed in detail. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I said earlier, these are challenging financial times. And I wish to applaud our Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance for his efforts to reduce spending in the proposed 2022-2023 budget cycle while carrying out our New Day promise to bring help and hope and relief. The Ministry of the Environment and Natural Resources, in addition to its budget head of 072, has portfolio responsibility for the Department of the Environmental Health Services, DEHS, the budget head 065. The other departments and agencies in the ministry's portfolio includes the Department of Environmental Planning and Protection, DEP, DEPP, the Bahamas National Geographical Information System Center, BINGUS, the Forestry Unit, and the Botanical Gardens, which have line items under head 072. The Botanical Gardens, located at the entrance to Chippenham off West Bay Street, used to be and should again be a showpiece for Bahamians, tourists, and other visitors to our country. After suffering from years of neglect, The buildings are in a terrible state of disrepair, to the extent that staff have to be dismissed in inclement weather. The greenhouse has to be repaired, and the perimeter wall requires extensive work. Until these repairs are effected, they cannot even keep equipment for the upkeep of the property there. On several occasions, they were stolen. Thankfully, the last time they caught the culprits, and they suffered the consequences they were deserving of. The Ministry of the Environment and Natural Resources, in collaboration with the Ministry of Works, I'm glad to report, has begun extensive repairs to the dilapidated buildings intended to be completed in time to host an event for the Regional Youth Climate Change Conference scheduled for next month. The grounds, overgrown, have to be restored to their once beautiful condition. Efforts being made by my ministry with the assistance of the Forestry Unit to showcase the plant species which are found in the Bahamas, including the endemic species. As a part of the effort to upgrade and transform the gardens, my ministry has recently engaged a consultant horticulturalist with wide experience in the cultivation of plants. He's working closely with the staff to improve the grounds. A not so well aspect of the Botanical Gardens is that it is the repository of the National Herbarium, which is a collection of preserved plant species collected by botanists in the past who used them for books on Bahamian plants. In recent weeks, the University of the Bahamas has approached my ministry for approval to conduct an assessment of the collection, which will help my ministry to decide on the future of the collection. The Botanical Gardens has the ability to earn revenue through its use as a venue for weddings, used to be extremely popular for that, and for other events, cultural and otherwise. I'm convinced that with the proper management, the Botanical Gardens can be transformed into a world-class national garden the way it used to be.
Yeah.
And now, the Forestry Unit. I wish to note and speak briefly to the recent retirement of the Director of Forestry, Mr. Christopher Russell. He's in the public service for over 40 years, served as Director of Forestry since 2010. I wish to thank him for his service. Under Mr. Russell's leadership, with the implementation of the Global Environment Facility, JEF, the Pine Islands Project, as well as the drafting and passage of several important pieces of legislation, including the Forestry Act, the Public Parks and Public Beaches Authority Act, the Bahamas Protected Areas Fund Act, BPAF, and the Protected Trees Order, which was published in the Gazette on the 16th of February, 2021. Kudos to Mr. Russell for his service. The Forestry Unit, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is mandated to develop the forest resources of the Bahamas to their maximum potential by applying sound, scientific, and sustained yield forest management principles and concepts. You'd recall that Hurricane Dorian severely damaged large areas of Abaco and Grand Bahama, destroying not only many homes and businesses, but also hundreds of acres of pine forests. It is necessary for these pine forests to be reforested with juvenile trees in a long-term project that will last for some 20 or 30 years until the trees are mature. I'm hoping I'm around to see them mature.
Yes.
I'm hoping. This is a critical point. Otherwise, the land will sustain large acreage of highly invasive and fast-growing casuarina trees. The ministry was able to find sufficient funding in the current budget to hire 2 additional forestry officers, one of whom began work in March of this year. My ministry will proceed with the establishment of its first Family Island Forestry Office with the opening of an office in the constituency of where my Minister of State sits in the great Michael constituency on the island of Auckland, and it is being opened this very month. Plans are also being made for the opening of a field office on the island of Grand Bahama. Allow me to quote from an article entitled, "The Bahamas Sees $900 million Boost from Marine Areas Expansion," published in the Tribune Business section, dated February 7th, earlier this year. The Bahamas, I quote, has generated a $900 million annual economic boost by expanding its marine protected areas to cover 20% of the country's coastal environment. Studies have estimated. A just released Inter-American Development Bank IDB report on the Bahamas' efforts to sustainably monetize its ocean resources, or so-called blue economy, discloses that coastal safeguards against hurricanes and climate change, as well as the tourism and fisheries industries, will enjoy major gains from the addition of the 43 marine protected areas, end quote. This effort, well, I'm tempted, but I'm trying to navigate through this and get us out here in time and bring this ship in and make certain it's docked properly so that when the member from Cat Island wishes to take off tomorrow morning, the ship will be in excellent condition. You'll be on that ship too tomorrow morning. This effort to identify marine protected areas dates back, I wish to indirectly respond to the good member from St. Anne's, to 2014, when my predecessor, Mr. Ken Dorset, pledged to protect 20% of the marine and nearshore ecosystems by 2020. This was achieved in July last year with the gazetting of 43 MPAs, marine protected areas. I'm proud to say that the staff of my ministry were instrumental in this exercise. The Forestry Unit has developed a management plan for the land overlaps as mandated by Cabinet. The Forestry Unit, in collaboration with the University of the Bahamas, received grant funding in 2020 from BPAF, the Bahamas Protected Area Funds, of some $100,000 to establish a small-scale 1-acre native plant nursery over an 18-month period to be situated on the premises of the University of the Bahamas Grand Bahama campus. The purpose of the nursery is to propagate 10 native plant species to reforest some 240 acres of degraded forest lands damaged by Hurricane Dorian on Crown Land Forest Reserves in the East Grand Bahama area. The area identified for reforestation will be subject to long-term monitoring via the establishment of permanent sample plots for data collection and analysis of plant health, survival, and biodiversity, and efforts are underway to implement the various project activities during the fiscal year 2022-2023. In March of this year, the Forestry Unit implemented the permanent sampling plots as part of the National Forest Inventory, which is the foundational data required to establish a carbon monitoring system for the Bahamas' forest resources. NFIS enabled countries to evaluate their forest resources to capture multipurpose data sets such as biodiversity, socioeconomic aspects of forest use, and carbon stored. These data inform forest management decisions, national policy, and international reporting requirements. A national forest inventory is one of the key sources of data emission factors for estimating anthropogenic forest-related greenhouse gas emissions and is an essential element of national forest monitoring systems and influences sustainable land management systems. Due to the rapid deforestation and fragmentation of the pine forest ecosystems on Crown lands in Western New Providence, the result in dramatic consequences for economic, environmental, and community benefits, such as the great loss for biodiversity and ecosystem services. This reforestation project will promote native and endemic payment plant species within the forest system, as well as promoting tree planting in the surrounding communities in the hopes to counter the negative effects of the anthropogenic pressures. The Caribbean pine is considered a vulnerable species by the International Union for the Conservation of Nature. The other native species include shrubs, which populate the area, includes wild guava, five-finger or chicken's foot, and snowberry, and the scale leaf lovevine winds its way through understory and around poisonwood, and the gum trees. The sable palmetto may dominate ground floor in certain pine forest areas. A project of this scale can only be achieved through the partnership of both the private and public sectors. And I wish to speak briefly now to an ongoing initiative. The National Forest Monitoring and the National Forest Monitoring and Enforcement Program, BAWEN, and the Forest Rangers. The Forestry Unit is mandated to sustainably manage the forest resources of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas in perpetuity. To actively manage these resources, monitoring, enforcement, and reforestation activities are required. A program that will focus on the protection and enforcement of our natural resources and which will synergize with the Bahamas Wildlife Enforcement Network, BAWEN, the Bahamas Wildlife Enforcement Network. They will work with BAWEN, the forest rangers that is, to enforce any regulation infractions and stop the exploitation of our forest resources. The forest rangers will conduct data collection during patrols to ensure the success of monitoring efforts, as well as forest management duties in our forests and protected areas throughout the Bahamas. The onboarding of the new officers for the Forest Rangers program will enable us to outfit sub-officers where the pine forests are. We call them Pine Islands. In Abaco, Andros, Grand Bahama, and we have an office in the Michael constituency. Matter of fact, this one will be in Crooked Island and in Western New Providence. These officers will be trained as law enforcement personnel to mitigate wildlife crime and protect natural resources in the Bahamas. As I move to navigate skillfully I go on now to the BINGUS, the Bahamas National Geographical Information Systems. The Bahamas Spatial Data Infrastructure, BSDI Act, number 9 of 2014, established the Bahamas National Geographical Information System Center as a department of government within Article 127C of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. To effect the provision of the BSDI Act, the center developed a BSDI strategic business plan incorporating a complex network of stakeholders to support the system and the program. Subsequently, an operational action plan to facilitate a building block approach was implemented, including the conceptualization and advancement of office space requirements and the revised organizational structure, including sections, posts, qualifications, job descriptions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It provided a robust and high-quality geographical information system that empowers users to efficiently access, manage, maintain, and share accurate, reliable, and consistent geographic data, and to easily and quickly analyze and obtain information on demand. Also, to foster a consolidated whole-of-government framework for stakeholders to improve decision-making throughout the dynamic development of the BSDI system and program, and to strengthen institutional arrangements to enable the provision of effective and efficient services, geospatial information management, skills development, and advancement of new administrative procedures, standards, and protocols. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the primary objective of the Bahamas Spatial Data Infrastructure System and Program is to leverage investments in people, technology, data, and procedures to create and provide geospatial knowledge required to understand, protect, and promote the Commonwealth of the Bahamas' national and global interests. The full potential of this system and program cannot be realized without agency-wide coordination and support at the highest level in government. This system is user-driven and founded on the results of several user needs assessments conducted by the center. As I continue to navigate skillfully, I just wish, in order for the Bahamas to properly respond to the demand of climate change, we must have accurate and reliable data, particularly on our family islands. And in this regard, the BINGUS Center proposes to implement the data acquisition plan developed for the remainder of the 17 islands or keys in the Bahamas, namely Abaco, Acklins, Andros, the Berry Islands, Cat Key, Sal, Conception Island, Crooked Island and Long Key, Grand Bahama, Great Inagua, Little Inagua, Maguana, Moores Island, Ragged Island, Rum Key, Samana Key, and San Salvador. Indeed, they want to cover the entire Bahamas and not be New Providence-centric or Nassau-centric. I move now to DEP, the Department of Environmental Planning and Protection. The legislation that established the department was passed in this Honorable House in 2019. Since making the transition from the BEST Commission to a statutory body, the mandate has grown to not only give advice to the political directorate, but also to create and enforce environmental laws and policies in the Bahamas, to conserve and protect our environment, and regulate and administer activities that promote the sustainable use and development of the natural environments of the Bahamas. The functions of this department are vast and diverse. It is the primary agency with responsibility for regulating environmental impacts, including those from development, research activities, and climate change. With a technical staff complement of about 20, they are grossly understaffed. These young Bahamians are doing a yeoman's job of protecting and conserving a natural environment. A human resource audit conducted of the department indicated, and get this, that the minimum staff complement necessary to conduct the function of DEP effectively is 80. And we only have 20. Now, to our Prime Minister's credit, Tall Pines, he's given us the green light. You have to bring him in, and you have to get it done. And so, for persons listening in, and you have a bachelor's degree in one of the sciences, be it physics, chemistry, biology, math, do not come to our office. Go straight to the public service. Fill in that application. Submit that application. We need you. Your country needs you. That applies for the Department of Environmental Planning and Protection, and it also applies for our forestry unit, grossly understaffed. The goal for our forestry unit, as aforementioned, is to have an office in Grand Bahama, in Abaco, in Andros, Western New Providence, and a couple other islands. The goal for the Department of Environmental Planning and Protection has to have offices at least on a major family of islands, so that everything that happens on those islands, they do not have to call Nassau every time. Let's empower our family islanders. The Environmental Planning and Protection Act 2019 calls for no work without clearance, and further outlines that any person who commences a project without first obtaining a certificate of environmental clearance commits an offense. It's an offense. This requirement has placed a heavy burden on Bahamians seeking to build, to renovate, and transform their homes and businesses. Since coming into office, the cries have been heard. And I assure you, the legislation, the document will be laid in this honorable house that will provide for exemptions to completing the CEC process if your home or business renovation or construction meets the necessary requirements. This regulation will bring relief to all those looking to build or renovate in areas that are not deemed as environmentally sensitive, and for those seeking to build as a part of an approved subdivision. The Department of Environmental Planning and Protection conducts regular site inspections across New Providence and our family islands. But we're understaffed and we need help. So we're asking citizens and residents, Bahamians who love this country, to be vigilant, question environmental disturbances that do not look right, or report them directly to us or through your local government officials. The department holds the position of climate change focal point in the Bahamas. Climate change continues to impact us in ways that we have least expected. Our country is low-lying, extremely low-lying. Most of our land is made up of oolitic limestone. And if anything poisonous gets there and it's not dealt with quickly, it serves as a sponge and can easily tamper our water tables. Easily. And so it's critically important that we be vigilant as a people and protect what we have. This department has the great responsibility of addressing the climate change mitigation and adaptation goals of the Bahamas nationally and internationally. We work with local stakeholders like the Bahamas National Trust, the local arm of the Nature Conservancy, the University of the Bahamas, BAMSI, and other government and non-governmental organizations to strategize and implement climate action in the country. Much of the work is funded through international organizations like the Global Environmental Facility, GEF, GEF, the Green Climate Fund, GCF, the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB, and other critical bilateral relationships. And I too have heard the conversations about big groups traveling. I recently returned from the Basel, Rotterdam, and Stockholm Convention. And some wonderful news will be emerging as a result soon. But I wish to state this. One of our sister Caribbean countries had 40 delegates of 40. And you know why? They understand the need. They understand the need to go to as many sessions as they can attend and to get on committees, to get on boards. That's where the decisions are made. And to have influence, it's about influence. We had a delegation of 4. And so, we cannot just make blanket statements and not understand sometimes the importance. And in many instances, we have lost out simply because, yes, and our neighbors understood the importance of the numbers and using those numbers wisely. And so, you have officers, regional officers in other locations. I'll tell you what we're trying to do to get one. The Green Climate Fund, as I move skillfully to navigate the ship to shore. There's a shrinking window of opportunity to address the climate crisis. Average global temperature is currently estimated to be about 1.1 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial times. Based on existing trends, the world could cross the 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold within the next 2 decades and the 2 degrees Celsius threshold early during the second half of the century. Limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius is still narrowly possible and will be determined by the investment decisions we make over the next decade. The Green Climate Fund, a critical element of the historic Paris Agreement, is the world's largest climate fund mandated to support developing countries like the Bahamas to raise and realize our nationally determined contributions, ambitions towards lowering our emissions and our climate resilient pathways. Navigating skillfully. This year, the Bahamas will submit a bid to host a regional center of the GCF here in Nassau. This will increase our capacity to address the negative impacts of climate change, as well as provide much needed technical and capacity building support to our nation and the region. An added benefit would be the creation of jobs in and around the sector and increased travelers to our nation, as people from around the region would come here to engage directly with the GCF, the Green Climate Fund. The GEF, Global Environmental Facility, established on the eve of the 1992 Rio Earth Summit, is a catalyst for action on the environment and much more. Through its strategic investments, the GEF works with partners to tackle the planet's biggest environmental issues. It serves as a finance mechanism to 5 environmental conventions, all of which the Bahamas, our country, is party to. The Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the UNFCCC, the Stockholm Convention. It was a part of the convention that I was privileged to attend. And it's on POPs, persistent organic pollutants. And the UN Convention to Combat Desertification, the UNCCD, and Minamata Convention on Mercury. The management of hazardous waste under the Basel Convention has been of paramount importance to not only the health of Bahamians, but also to the environment and sustainable development of our archipelago. We continue to initiate exercises to strengthen our efforts towards proper management of hazardous waste in our country. The Department of Environmental Planning and Protection's relationship to the Basel Convention is vital. DEP receives a number of requests for trans-boundary movement. We have about 30 ports of entry. There is no specific Basel legislation that exists in the Bahamas, but however, we continue to address existing and emerging challenges faced in the Bahamas in relation to the generation and transport of hazardous waste within and throughout our borders. I skillfully navigate to bring the ship in. The Bahamas has made tremendous strides in its efforts to ensure that our biological heritage is protected and conserved for future generations through the implementation of a host of environmental projects and programs, particularly those under the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity, the UNCBD, through the Global Environmental Fund, GEF, and other environmental multilateral arrangements to the tune of over $500,000 in the last year, and an approved $17 million in full-size projects over the next 4 years. As I prepare to conclude, as a part of the New Day government's plan to advance the blue and green economy of our country, as well as curb the high level of unemployment among the young people of our country, I would like to announce that we will be reintroducing the Bahamas Youth Environmental Courts in the coming budget year. Again, this was implemented under my predecessor, Mr. Dorset, as minister. This apprenticeship program, targeted at youth between the ages of 15 to 24, will help to bridge the gap of workers needed in the environmental sector and simultaneously help to address the issue of unemployment. Participants of the program will be able to learn about the various sectors that fall under my ministry and the duties and responsibilities that go with working in the environmental areas through seminars and hands-on experience. The young people will learn valuable job skills in various fields: construction, landscapes and painting, maintenance, forestry, and park warden services, etc. By the end of the program, participants will receive opportunities for employment, obviously, depending on what they display. More details about this program, its duration and qualifications for participation will be provided in the coming weeks. As I continue, Marco City, to navigate skillfully, I'm on the home stretch now. I have met with the chairman of the board of the University of the Bahamas and began discussions of the importance of the University of the Bahamas and my ministry to forge closer ties and relationships, to work together, because the University of the Bahamas must be that impetus from where we get our future employees and leaders in the environment from, and also to do research. We should not, at this day and time, be having to go overseas for everything in that regard. The environment, climate change, and related areas are hot button issues and will be for the foreseeable future. So we need to encourage and incentivize persons to pursue professions in these areas, like oceanographers, like marine biology, becoming marine mechanics, like coastal engineers, and we need them desperately in other areas. My Minister of State spoke with regards to the Department of Environmental Health Services. I wouldn't regurgitate what he said, but I want to end briefly with that department. The other day, I sat in a place and I heard someone speaking, and Seabreeze, they said, if you go to a particular place on this island in the night and cut off your lights, all you will see is eyes looking at you. And I didn't know what they meant. Seabreeze, I can tell by your look, you don't know neither. St. Barnabas, I can tell by the way you're talking, you don't know neither. But the Ministry of the Environment and Natural Resources will be embarking on an aggressive rodent control program. All eyes in the night. You heard the song, Who Let the Dogs Out? I wonder who let the rats out. Because they're here, there, and everywhere. We will embark on an aggressive rodent control program during the upcoming budget year. In order to ensure sustained population reduction, specific vulnerable areas will be contracted to eligible, trained, and licensed pest control companies. These specific vulnerable areas include the Potter's Key Dock, the Nassau Cruise Port, Ararat Key, Montague Beach and Vendors Ramp, Junkanoo Beach, and Bay Street. The problem of rodent population, though it seemed to be, I assure you, it is not unique to the Bahamas. In fact, countries larger than we are, with more sophisticated technologies and resources than we have, are also struggling with the same problem. Additionally, all food establishments in these locations will be monitored to ensure that they are in possession of active rodent control contracts to provide effective treatment and controls for their premises. The Ministry of the Environment and Natural Resources, in conjunction with the Pan American Health and World Health Organizations, are presently at this moment hosting a rodent control workshop, which addresses the issues of quantification of rodent populations. I come to you. I can get there. I am speaking the language of my colleagues, but I will soon speak the language of the streets. But I have to get my colleagues on board first. Now that you're on board, I can say rats. This week, my ministry, via the Department of Environment and Health Services, has implemented, get this, a digital system of rodent or rat surveillance. Tall Pines, if the technology is there, use it. Okay, now get this. Get ready for this, St. Barnabas. The over the hill area is being used as the model area. Listen now, this will be extended to other communities and islands. The Pan American Health and World Health Organizations will continue to work with the Department of Environmental Health Services to conduct training in data collection and analysis, geographic information systems, GIS, rodent or rat trappings. This is deep.
This is big.
And pathogen identification. My ministry will be advancing new legislation for rodent or rat control, as well as guidelines for establishments. We take our business serious. You got rats in your area? I'll give you a number to call shortly. Mr. Prime Minister, you said get rid of the rats? We're in the process. As I close, as the member for Marcos City would know, preachers usually have 3 clothes. This is the first, and maybe the last. In an effort to support the rodent or the rat control initiative, and as an adjunct to the twice weekly, can you imagine you pick up garbage twice a week? You have bulk waste collection twice a month. The derelict vehicles programs, and still we got a rat problem. These fellas stick around long, but we got something for them.
Let them know.
Oh yeah. Oh, Mr. Prime Minister, we got something for them fellas. When we finish for them, they ain't gonna see the Bahamas no more. Go elsewhere. Our resources will, this summer, we will launch a national beautification program. See, the cleaning rats don't like cleanliness.
No, you're right.
They don't like cleanliness.
Yeah, you're right.
So we got to clean it up.
Yeah.
The program will address both New Providence and our major family islands over a period of 24 months. The work will be conducted in phases, with no phase lasting more than 8 weeks. Work in the family islands will consist primarily of bulk waste and derelict vehicle removal. The islands to be addressed in phase 1 are Bimini, inclusive of Great Harbor Key, Andros, of course, Cat Island,
Of course.
Eleuthera, and of course, Exuma. We will name the rest later on. The department has already begun compiling the listing of vehicles on major islands so as to ensure a smooth removal process. It is intended that these vehicles will be processed in place, then barged to for their final disposal. Phase 1 of the National Beautification in New Providence will address, these are, is Angliston in the house? Well, I hope she's watching. We'll address Angliston, Fort Charlotte, Fox Hill. None of these people in the house. Also Freetown. Freetown is in the house. And Golden Isles. St. Barnabas in the next round.
Second.
I quote Tall Pines, stay in the spirit. To ensure relatively quick and effective cleanup, the department will utilize contractors. Now, do not go storming the Department of Environmental Health Services tomorrow or this month. Don't do it. Don't go tomorrow. We'll tell you when to go. Contractors will be hired to assist with waste transportation, with derelict vehicle removal and processing and barging, provision of waste containers, general painting and minor repairs, and removal of accumulated waste. Included in this program will be the conversion of the clean properties into useful green spaces, identification of ownership for maintenance or acquisition, creation of curb appeal within communities by increasing local fauna and flora, whitewashing curbsides, improving the visual aesthetics of specified buildings, and by painting and by minor repairs. We will be introducing another program. This program, I understood, was tried in a limited way by the previous administration. It's to improve the capacity for the monitoring of the environment. My ministry will engage what we are calling environment district stewards. In every constituency, we'll divide them into districts. And these persons will assist the Department of Environmental Health Services with its monitoring of all communities. They will be trained and properly equipped to digitally capture all nuisances and all violations and submit them to the department for active investigation and prosecution. We have to start charging people. We have to start making use of the environmental courts. The Ministry of the Environment and Natural Resources will fully launch our updated Enviro Bahamas app at the end of this month. The app allows the community, persons in the community, to transmit digitally or via email to the department information gathering, non-collection of residential waste, derelict vehicles, disused furniture and appliances for pickup, collection of hazardous waste, and collection of dead animals, cats, dogs, we see them lying sometimes. The hotline number to call is 302-5240. That's 302-5240. There's another problem. When it rains, like it's been raining, in the aftermath, there's mosquitoes.
Yeah.
The department will intensify its mosquito control program, called it fogging and larviciding. We'll be increasing it during these seasons. With respect to the larviciding program, we'll be introducing a different larvicide so as to decrease the emergence of adult mosquitoes. In simple terms, they can kill them before they grow big. Deal with them. Well, the rats know. The rats have been served warning, so they know. They're on their last leg. The fogging applications will alternate between various adult insecticides, but fogging, persons have been inquiring about fogging now. Fogging can only be carried out when weather conditions permit. You do not fog in rain or shortly after. And you do not fog if the wind is blowing in excess of 10 miles per hour. But I want to put persons on notice. We will begin a fogging program. We'll resume it shortly. I have no need to use my remaining 2 as I conclude, because I have concluded. I wish to announce that Golden Isles supports this budget. And may Almighty God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas
and make the wealth common.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The member for Tall Pines, if I just beg your indulgence, you made mention with respect to the infant mortality rate that it was rising. I just thought you might have wanted to, just correct that for the record. My understanding, both from WHO and PAHO, the figures have actually been coming down progressively, and I think we are now somewhere around 11 versus the 19% that's being carried in the news at the moment. So I just wanted to suggest.
There is some issues as it relates to reporting and the data. The ministry is in the process of clarifying the data. And so once that data is in, we would have a final number of where the infant mortality rate is. And it has to do with reporting as a result of the last 2 years, as a result of the COVID. There's some information that needs to be finalized. So most of what we spoke, most of them, we're looking at the documents. They're not finalized as yet.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Thank you.
Mr. Deputy, I now move for a suspension for the House to resume on Thursday, June 16th at 10 a.m.
Is there a seconder? Second. Honorable members, it's been moved and seconded that the business of the House be suspended to Thursday, the 16th of June, 2022 at 10 a.m. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of the House is suspended to Thursday, the 16th of June, 2022 at 10 a.m.
All right.
Y'all insulted, man. Y'all insulted, man.